welcomes you all on the occasion of biggest conference, that is INBUSH Era World Summit 2024. This is our second day. Yesterday we have finished our first day very successfully. So we all know that we are organizing third international conference on recent trends in engineering technology and business management jointly with Amity Center for Interdisciplinary Research. The aim of the conference is to bring the academician and practitioner to jointly discuss and deliberate through their plenary talks and paper presentation on the theme of engineering, information technology, operations and supply chain management and business management. The conference is providing a common platform to foster research relation between university and the industry. So now I'm starting the first session, and the keynote here, the chair of the this session is Dr. T.V. Vijay Kumar. So I welcome Vijay Kumar, sir. So Dr. T.V. Vijay Kumar is presently Dean in the School of Engineering at JNU, Delhi. He's a professor in the School of Computer and Systems Science, JNU. Presently, he is a concurrent professor in the Special Center for Disaster Research and Special Center for E-Learning. He has completed his PhD in the area of database from the JNU after completing his MPhil and MSc in Operation Research and BSc in Mathematics from Delhi University. His research interests are database management and distributed database, data warehousing, data mining, artificial intelligence, machine learning, multi-objective optimization, data science, big data analytics, early warning system, and disaster management. Welcome you, sir. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Suraj Surendra Rane, who is a speaker of this session. Dr. Suraj Surendra Rane, professor and head Department of Mechanical Engineering at Goa College of Engineering. He has over 25 years of teaching experience. He has completed his B and ME from Goa College of Engineering, which is affiliated to Goa University, and PhD in Reliability Engineering from IIT Bombay. He was the chairman of Triple I Goa chapter from 2016 to 19. He is the Institute Coordinator for Ministry of Education, Government of India scheme, Rashtriya Uchtar Shiksha Abhiyan. He's the recipient of Chairman Special Award 2017 by Triple I for continuous innovative development of industrial engineering in its operation and significant encouragement to the industries in India. Welcome you, sir. And I'm so sorry for the, yeah, please come. I would request you to address again.
Okay, good morning, all of you. Thanks to Professor Kapoor for inviting me here for this talk and giving me this platform and making me interact with all the great people working in different domains. With the permission of chair, I will start my invited talk on optimization of tire manufacturing process using green value stream mapping. This technique, green value stream mapping, is very important for the applications part of industrial engineering, where the industrial engineers know the entire production process and where there is scope for improvement. Improvement in the sense of loss, defects, failures. So many criteria are there for them to understand how to improve the efficiency and productivity of the process. Now, this application, tire manufacturing, is being implemented in one of the big company in Goa. The presentation outline is I'll introduce in brief the method, then the product and the process, the case study, and the results. Normally, value stream mapping roadmap includes you have to select which product family you are considering. Currently, what is the value stream map and what is being happening currently? Based on the opportunities, we find out what are the future state, mean what is the scope for improvement. And once you find out, then you do the implementation part of it. So this is in brief the roadmap for the value stream mapping. In green value stream mapping, in addition to the productivity and all, we also talk about the waste, how it concerns environment, what are the ergonomics part of it, how it concerns the human being, and the job hazards. So all those economical part is always there in value stream mapping, but environmental and societal comes when it comes to value, the green part. So we need to understand the difference between what used to have earlier, what is called as traditional value stream mapping and green value stream. So this is the product we are taking as a tire, which has got many plies in its assembly inside, so that we can get a better grip on the road as well as better interconnectivity between different plies, so that the life of the tire is as high as better, and it all depends upon how you assemble it. The manufacturing process involves compound preparation for getting the plies, the component preparation, making the sub-assemblies, then assembly part, which concerns the production area. And when it comes to processing, the vulcanization is very important part in tire manufacturing. Then inspection of that product and transferring it to the warehouse. This is a typically one particular assembly line which we have taken from the net because it was not available to take on the shop floor. It is automated plant. In compound preparation, we try to see how much time it is taking. In addition to the chemical properties, which is standard, which we cannot change, the time of its what you call curing is very, very important for the compound preparation. So that time is taken. In that, we segregate between value-added time and non-value-added time. In non-value-added time, again, it is because of man and machine. So total for different type of machines, we have different times taken. So it is totally coming to around 4,200 seconds. So this is the current state, means presently it is taking so much time. Then we try to see how improvement can be possible using different work study methods in industrial engineering, time study methods using videographing and all. And what is the changeover time also, which is mandatory, we cannot reduce it. That also we are studying. Then based on the scope involved after the work study, time study, we do the future state and again implement it, and we try to see how much is the improvement. Now from 4,299, we are coming to 4,128. Okay. It's only for one particular product we are focusing now. And the number of the tires which are manufactured per hour is so much that this one small amount also is very much influential. Then the external time taken for the production of this particular tire is also being taken into account. And then we see the current state and future state, what is the difference of it. The tonnage, the weight also is very much important factor here. We always want to improve that particular factor. So that also is compared between earlier and the earlier means current and future state. Then we go for improvements in each cases, step by step. If 100% first in, first out is not being followed, then how we can reduce the material wastage? That is being taken because of pallets which are used, material handling system. If you see over a period of time, what is the material waste which is coming in that? We go for improvements in the pallet loader. Gravity flow is used, where worker is not required to supervise it because already it is automated and gravity is used. Then we go for a tag printing machine where we don't mix the different type of components and proper balancing takes place using barcode. Then we try to see whether polyfilming what was done earlier so that the new tire doesn't get coating doesn't get touched to the surface and the finish is touched. We change the lining in the vehicle itself, which saves around 10 lakhs per annum for that particular tire at least. We go for improvement in terms of material handling, where earlier we were having one operator to use. Now many tires, same operator. So the material handling cost reduces, saving is achieved. Then again in component preparation, we see different type of components. We summarize them. What is the machine used? what is the time taken for that, for all different thread oils, sidewall, fabric, bead, all those are the components machines used. Again, you can see the difference between the time 1440 to 1284. So we save times in this case. And in the ply building, over reporting also happens. Actually, what is used and what is reported, because the tagging was not done. Sometimes the supervisor is not reporting in the system properly. He goes for some thumb rule and gives more production which is being used. So over a period of time, you can see from October to February, what is the percentage of over reporting which has happened. If you go for tagging system, each component is actually being reported properly. So with this tagging system, it comes down very drastically, because we are going for a process where each product is tagged, it is fed in the system, the supervisor personally feeds it, and he has enough time to check how much component is used there. And he records it in this system like this, and then you can see the time taken. That means over reporting does not happen, so that we can go for proper material requirements planning in this particular case. So same case in extruder area also we can see the difference. Then consumables also. Currently, they were using polythene for the coating of the tire. Then they revised it to liners for cloth, which can be reused. Earlier, it cannot be used. Once you use it, you throw it. So in that process also, since we are reusing the liners, there is a saving of 58,000 for this process. So like that, we have done for all components of this particular tire, current and future. You can see the difference 1560 to 300 is because of proper reporting. Then we went to the improvement in the area, how to facilities layout, how to arrange the machine where, so that the movement between machines also is reduced and productivity improves, material handling cost is reduced, material handling time is reduced. Okay, and we have saved a space of 14 square meters for one particular product. Then comes to the production process of vulcanization, inspection, warehouse, last three process of the product, tire manufacturing. We did the same time saving cost, recorded the improvements in this case. Again, space saving also was studied for the entire plant. And power consumption also was studied for the full plant in terms of tonnage used for the units. This is the current state, which is a very important tool in value stream mapping. Current state and future state. These two tools are required, which summarizes entire savings, what is being done, currently what is being used, and what is the future state for this particular thing. In this case, power consumption also is recorded at each of the stages. The vertical blocks, what you can see, are each of the stages there. These are the results. In an economic way, we are economic criteria. We study time, eco-friendliness, organization profit, and cost. In environmental, we study consumption of resources, that is material waste, then area wastage. And in social, we study things about employee and the cost related to them. So each of these cases, we find out and summarize what were the benefits obtained from this study for one particular product. And finally, the conclusion and future scope. We conclude here as the time as one of the parameter and wastage because of green value stream mapping, energy consumption comes in picture, and so main societal parameters also come because this comes under sustainable value stream mapping. Okay. The future scope includes picking other sizes for mapping, other type of products to be taken, can be implemented to other sections also. And recent improvements which we can do on this is, in addition to the cost environment, we can also study at each stage what are the failure effects, what are the failure studies, what means reliability can be studied there. And productivity improvement also can be studied at each cases by recording how much time the person also takes. So these four things can be implemented in any of the plant to understand how to make more business or get more profit without investment and just one concentrating what is called as losses of different nature. So thank you very much. Yeah, yeah, problems relating to over reporting because the materials department, which requires more material for the next plant, they will ask for more order, and the area required will be more. Area required to store them will be more, but actually it is not being used.
Inventory carrying cost will be high.
Inventory cost will be high, and because he is not tagging it, he thinks that 4 are used. Actually, 2 are only used.
The other one you were talking about placement before and after.
Huh.
What type of problem it is? It also is not a simple problem.
Which
Because,
placement?
relocation of
Machines.
items,
Machines. Yes.
in such a way that they are located in an optimized fashion.
Yes, there is some technique called group technology. What is being done is you try to follow a particular product, which machines are they required, the sequence of it. Like that, they will study all the products what they are having, and they see which are the common ones which can be grouped together. All those machines can be brought here, so that the distance traveled by the product in between will be less. Otherwise, material handling takes more time. You load it, unload it, take it. It takes more time.
You talk about optimization.
Yes.
Are you able to get a global optimal solution to some problem?
No, it's a local optimization for that particular thing. Global optimization, what it requires is entire plant we have to study for that particular. Entire plant is not possible.
Even what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
Definitely, within the situation, that
Yes.
is that
Yes,
is the
yes, that is
global
optimal. Correct.
global optimal.
Yeah, within that situation.
And what about studying the plant? It will be difficult, or
It is difficult because see, their more priority is production. Correct. At one point of time, we can study only one thing, but they are interlinked. Each machine is used by different products. So when we study this, we change the parameter. Parameter of that particular product also gets changed. Each one has a different combination, like composition of tire of a tractor and a two-wheeler is completely different. If you optimize something for this, that gets changed.
Now people are looking for precision manufacturing also.
Yes.
So they are looking for AI type based techniques also.
Yes.
So anything to do with AI when you talk about this?
AI and all will be helpful provided we try to find out what are the actual parameters in this to be studied. Because when you feed it in the system, we cannot go for trial and error because we are having the brain of the machine or the computer. So we need to study this first. So what we have done is
already the study has not taken place in terms of the parameters that
yes, which are very crucial for these parameters.
So have the study identified the parameters, or it is still to be studied?
No,
the parameters?
on one particular section we already identified. There we are working on it. There we can already automate. Automation has started. AI will come next part of it. Once automation happens, then we'll have sensor to feed the system.
What is it? Is it the green?
Value stream mapping. Value stream mapping. Yeah.
It gives the, as you said yourself, you don't get the global optimization.
Yeah, for that plant, I'm saying. For that local section, we are getting it because we have studied entirely that section. But to get the global part of it, so that whatever parameters we set here for optimization.
Can't we apply some MCDM?
MCDM can be used, sir, but for that only entire thing has to be studied in minute detail there. For entire plant, we are not getting that section to happen simultaneously because it's a big plant. The next plant available is in Madras. So we focus here only.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Are the people some online also? No. I think we are over the session. Thank you, Professor Suraj Rana.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. Moving on to the now I would like to welcome Dr. P.K. Kapoor to felicitate both the chairperson and the speaker, Dr. Suraj Rane and T.V. Vijay Kumar.
One by one.
Yeah. I would like Dr. P.K. Kapoor sir to felicitate Dr. T.B. Vijay Kumar sir. Next is our speaker, Dr. Suraj Rane sir.
Give a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Uh, अच्छा अच्छा
कौन सी सर? एक मिनट सर. नहीं सेव नहीं कर रहा था मैं. शेयर तो करनी पड़ेगी. ऑनलाइन कैसे करेंगे?
Actually, यहाँ पे बैठना नहीं है। start तो करेंगे फिर विजय कुमार सर को बुला लेते हैं
Now I would like to introduce our chairperson, who is Professor Dr. P.K. Kapoor, the pillar behind this conference. Professor P.K. Kapoor is currently the Director of Amity Center of Interdisciplinary Research, Amity University, Noida. And now I would like to welcome our speaker, Professor T.V. Vijay Kumar, sir.
Just want to thank sir for inviting me, and it also always gives me opportunity to meet him. At least as a whenever I come for this conference to Amity. So I will be just talking briefly about area of artificial intelligence and data science. Because we are in the era of Industry 4. Now we are moving towards Industry 5 revolution actually. Uh, 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 okay. We are in the era of Industry 4, moving towards Industry 5. We started with Industry 1, where we talked about steam engines. Then we moved to electricity as part of the Industry 2 revolution. Industry 3rd revolution talks about personal computers, internets. And when in 4th revolution, we talk about various technologies like AI, IoT, data, cyber security and all. And now we are not only restricted to having artificial intelligence, but with respect to the society as well. So we are talking about Industry 5, where neither society nor AI are in silos. They work in coordination with each other and complement each other in solving various problems, real life problems that exist. I would start with this pyramid and I will end with this pyramid. The ultimate goal today is to find wisdom from data, and that is what the ultimate goal of data science is all about. When we start to work on this pyramid, we say that in any walks of life, initially it is the data which we collect, which happens to be a raw fact. Since I call it a raw fact, or since it is called a raw fact, definitely what we mean is it is neither organized nor meaningful. Since it is not organized nor meaningful, therefore it is difficult to analyze such data. Therefore, we need to organize and make it more meaningful. So we need some processing which makes the same, and that processed, organized, and meaningful data is called information. Now we have something in the form which can be understood, so we can analyze, so we can infer knowledge out of information. And then the question is, what happens to the knowledge we acquire out of information? The thing is that earlier this tree stopped at knowledge, but merely having knowledge is not good enough unless it is applied in real life to understand whether this knowledge is applicable to real life or not. And that is where wisdom comes into picture. Wisdom happens to be the actionable knowledge that is there. In a very, very layman perspective, if I want to differentiate between knowledge and wisdom, if I go through a very simple day-to-day example, we happen to sing songs. If somebody does not know how to sing song, or even somebody knows how to sing song, as long as the voice doesn't come outside, everybody happens to be a great singer. So it's a perception or knowledge that one is a great singer, but only when it is acted upon that the voice comes outside, you realize how good a singer you are. And that is what is wisdom. So wisdom enables to validate the knowledge. At the same time, it also ensures your knowledge is utilized. So why I started with this pyramid is data science is all about creating wisdom from data. There's a huge paradigm shift that has taken place over a period of time. Earlier, few companies were generating data and all were consuming it. All of us were consuming it. But the paradigm has shifted because of the Industry 4 revolution, because now we have these smart devices, either we are wearing them or we are surrounded by them. In that case, the data is getting generated in a continuous manner. So the paradigm shift is that earlier few companies were generating and all others were consuming. The shift has taken place. Now all of us are generating and all of us are consuming. A very day-to-day life example is the case of a Google map. Somebody at the place of a jam is giving information about the situation, and somebody somewhere distant is actually getting to know that how much time will it take to move from one place to another. So one is generating and one is consuming. That is what is happening even in that scenario as well. And that is what is the scenario of today, because it is due to the fact that we are all either wearing or carrying or surrounded by smart devices. Now, we can't talk about data science without taking into consideration big data. Now, big data is something somebody wants to call it. Big data, uh, usually it is if I say it's a more of a buzzword, because it is a natural evolution of data that has taken place over a period of time. We talk in databases, we talk about databases and later data warehousing, which itself had historical data and makes it big. So one characteristics becomes the volume of data. The other is, since now we have sensor devices, Internet of Things, we are generating data at a rapid speed. Then the other aspect comes is the velocity of data. Third is, since now we are not only restricting ourselves to rows and columns of data, we are also talking about semi-structured and unstructured data. And these data are usually in the form of text, images, videos, audios, in that manner. So we talk about a variety of. But most important thing, which characteristics of big data happens to be the veracity of information, because most of this data is on the World Wide Web and all data is not trustable. And that's why it is so difficult to decide which data to use. So one challenge is how to identify data that we can trust, because only the trustworthy data needs to be analyzed so that you have some fruitful results. So this veracity of information is the most important thing. But if somebody wants to define what is a big data, you can easily say it's a data which has become complex due to its voluminous nature, due to its speed in which it's getting generated, due to the heterogeneity of the data, and most importantly, the authenticity, reliability, correctness, completeness, consistency of it. And that makes the data more complex. And if somebody wants to understand a layman perspective, when do you start calling data to be big? When your traditional tools and technologies fails to capture, store, share, search, share, analyze, and visualize such data. Now, over a period of time, the database research has evolved. It started with transaction processes when we talk about database management system. It moved to analytical processing when we talk about data warehousing. Now we are in the era of real-time analytical processing. It is not all about getting a correct answer to the query, but also within a stipulated time. That makes it more real time. And that is most important today. It's the timely answering of queries is the most important essence today when you talk about accessing and searching of data. So what do you call data science as? It's an interdisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, process algorithms, systems to extract knowledge and insights. Now, it does not only talk about computer science. It talks about mathematics, statistics, which becomes very, very important in the context of data science. It talks about information sciences, and it also talks about computer science. Turing Award winner Jim Gray, we know that there is no Nobel Prize in computer science. The highest award in computer science is the ACM Allen Turing Award. Turing Award winner Jim Gray imagined data science as the fourth paradigm of science. We started with empirical, moved to theoretical, then computational, and now it is totally data driven. And asserted that everything about science is changing because of the impact of information technology and the data. If we talk about stages of data science, we talk about first the stages to acquire data, that is the data acquisition stage. Then we'll move to data preparation, since the acquired data may not be in the form which can be analyzed. So we need to prepare the data so that it can be analyzed. As I said earlier, usually data you acquire is in the raw form. You need to process it and make it more meaningful and more organized. And that is why we need to prepare the data. And once the data is prepared, we go for mining and modeling. That is, we do some sort of an analysis. And I said, you do visualization, and most importantly, the wisdom is very important, because mining and modeling gives you inference, that is knowledge out of data, information. But at the end of the day, you have to put the knowledge into action. That is then, and later you need to talk about model decomputation. I will talk about each stage one at a time. So data acquisition talks about extracting data from multiple data sources, as data resides in multiple places. Then you need to integrate and transform the data in a homogeneous format so that you have common access to the data and load the transformed data into some sort of a central repository which can store such large, humongous data called the data warehouse. Once you have acquired this data, usually such data is in a raw form, you need to prepare it. What data preparation means is one aspect is data cleaning, which talks about missing and null values. Because when the data is fed into a system, it is possible that various fields do not have data against themselves. As you can always see when you fill out any submission form, there are certain fields which have star against them and certain fields which do not have a star against them. In those fields which does not have a star against them, those fields are filled with null values. Usually people do not fill the values, and when it is stored, it is filled with null values, which are something which is not known. So you need to address sometimes when such values are important, so you need to handle missing and null values. The other aspect is the data transformation, which talks about normalization and standardization. Why this is important is sometimes you have data with different scales, which is something's age, the scale maybe 20 to 80. When it comes to salary, it has a totally different scales, maybe from 2 lakh to 1 crore. The point is scales are different, and it is possible if you are either dealing with a minimization problem or a maximization problem, the scales can dictate the importance of one attribute over the other. In order to ensure that all attributes are have equal importance, you need to either normalize or standardize the data so that they are brought to the same scale. Third is another very important aspect is handling outliers. And especially these outliers are very, very important when it comes to fraud detection. When I say fraud detection, it is the deviation from the norm. It's like saying that somebody using a credit card in the country, he moves out without informing the bank, and suddenly what the same card is used outside, the bank notices there has been a deviation from the norm, that a different country where the credit card has been used, and it's an indicator that it is likely to be a fraud, and suddenly it contacts the concerned customer. Then you have something called data integrity, as I said, the veracity of information. Most importantly, we have to see that the data, what level of accuracy it is, and what is the reliability of the data, what is the authenticity, what is the completeness, consistency. All these needs to be identified regarding the data, because we cannot use all the data for analysis. We need to identify data that we can trust. Only the data which has trust beyond a certain level of threshold actually is used for analysis. And finally, another very important aspect is data rejection, because we do not consider all attributes for analysis, because all attributes need not be relevant. Only those attributes which are relevant to the problem at hand, we consider those attributes for analysis. That's why there's a terminology in computer science. We talk about feature selection and extraction. Either if you have a domain knowledge, we select attributes from a group of attributes if the domain knowledge is there. In case, and this happens when certain attributes are relevant and certain are not. But in case if all attributes are relevant and still because of the computationally expensive nature considering all attributes, you need to reduce to a smaller set of attributes. We talk about feature extraction, which reduces the set of attributes while taking into consideration all attributes are of some level of importance. So data preparation idea is to prepare the data in such a manner that is more organized and meaningful and more relevant so that analysis can be done over it. So once the data is prepared for analysis, then you do the actual mining or modeling of data. And mining, modeling, or analysis on data. It's like process of semi-automated analyzing large database to find patterns that are valid. Because what mining is different from analysis is, analysis talks about finding what is there. Mining talks about something which you may not have known and it actually exists in the data. So what happens is there's a very famous example related to beer and diaper. When a supermarket store was talked about what items are being bought together more frequently, they found many such items. They have found many such items like bread, butter, pencil, eraser, and other things. And in addition to that, they also found that beer and diaper were bought together more often. And that was something very surprising because nobody can perceive beforehand there exists a relationship between beer and diaper. And that they made them realize that this is something useful. It is valid because it exists in data. It is novel because it is non-obvious to the system because nobody could have predicted prior. It is useful since we never knew it, we never strategized on it. Now, since we have found it, it becomes useful for us. It is understandable human should be able to interpret the pattern. And then came the problem that what interpretation, what may have been the reason such things to happen. Since it happened and they say it happened in the US, they found out that it is possible that young couples having on a long weekend drive have beers and have diapers for the child, or young couples watching American football matches on the weekends. In order to not get disturbed by the child, they have diapers for the child and drink beer while watching those matches. So had many interpretations, and they realized that yes, the target market is the young couples. And then came, since this is not only enough because it's the knowledge, you need to put the knowledge into action. Many strategies are possible. People started having beer, having while if you buy beer, have some discount on diaper. If you buy diapers, have some discount on beer. Have beer and diaper on the adjacent shelf, or they may have been in the extreme shelf, so that somebody who looks for beer is likely to buy diaper. In between, may buy both things. So this mining and modeling is done to do some sort of an analysis on the data that has been prepared, so that you are able to infer some useful knowledge out of the data. And then, the mining itself evolved to, when we talk about data mining, we are more talking about mining structured data. When you talk about web mining, we are talking about more semi-structured and structured data. This itself got categorized into content mining, usage mining, and structure mining. Content mining is all about mining a web page. Usage structure mining is all about mining the links between the web pages, and the usage mining talks about mining the way user uses the web pages. And these are the different levels of mining we talked about. Then we talk about AI. AI becomes very important because whether you do mining or other things, artificial intelligence plays a very important role. It refers to ability of machines to perform cognitive tasks like thinking, perceiving, learning, problem solving, and decision making. Initially in 90s, people somehow overestimated AI. They were of the opinion that we are going to have machines that are going to behave like humans. However, while overestimating AI, what they made a big blunder was they underestimated the human brain. And today they realize not even in near future they are going to have machines that are going to behave like humans. And that made them categorize AI as weak AI and strong AI. Whatever machines we talk about today are based on the experience, based on simulations, and these come under weak AI. However, when it comes to human has the ability to think with consciousness. That is called the actual thinking, which is termed as strong AI. And today, when you see machines, they are usually performing one or two tasks. But when it comes to human, he has capability of performing multiple tasks. And that is what AI community is aspiring to have. Machines that are super intelligent. That is, both they should be able to perform multiple tasks at the same time. They should be able to think with consciousness. That is the actual thinking. And that is what the AI community aspires. But AI has its role to play because when it comes to AI, that people know about Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking once says, the day AI succeeds, it might lead to end of humanity. On a lighter side, if we can say, today we are seeing animals in zoo. Maybe when AI succeeds, you might find humans in zoo. And that is the probability because AI, in the way it can be used constructively, same time it can also be used destructively. One important aspect of AI is machine learning, which is the application of AI that provides systems the ability to learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed. Like humans learn from experience, you train the machines to also learn from experience. But experience is in the form of data that is fed into the machine. This itself is categorized into three ways. We talk about supervised learning when you already label the existing data. It's like saying that somebody is applying for a credit card, and if you have already, the bank has many customers having a credit card, the bank has labeled these customers as good or bad. And the model is trained based on that information. And once a new customer applies for a credit card, the model takes that as an input and identifies whether he's going to be good or bad. Depending on the situation, he may be given a credit card or he may get a regret. The other way is when you do not have labels attached to the data, but you need to find patterns. Then you talk about using unsupervised. It is like finding the hotspots during the COVID time is part of unsupervised learning, where you try to club equals, similar, or less distantly closer data together to form clusters. The third is what is called the reinforcement learning. When you talk about it is based on trial and error. Initially, you're going to have more penalties than rewards, and gradually learning from the experience from the environment and your past experience, you tend to have more rewards than penalties. And that is how one learns how to play a video game, or we can have an example that how to ride a bicycle. Initially, people might fall, and gradually they learn how to ride a bicycle. When you talk about analytics, uh, people actually do one analytics, but they forget that the 5 levels of analytics has to be done. One is called the descriptive analytics, which talks about the answer to what has happened. A set of techniques for reviewing and examining the data sets to understand the data and analyze business performance. So we are looking for what has happened. Then the next question is a set of techniques to determine why a problem has occurred. So a set of techniques for determining the reason of problem. It is the diagnostic. So if somebody wants to do diagnostic, he needs to do descriptive and then followed by diagnostic. Then you talk about predictive, what is going to happen next. A set of techniques that analyze current and historical data to predict the future. Then you gradually move to what is called the prescriptive analytics that talks about techniques for computation developing plan. What are the alternate solutions to solve the problem? And finally, you talk about the decisive analytics, which talks about the best alternative in terms of solving the problem. So when you talk about analytics, you do not restrict yourself to only one kind. You need to start with descriptive, then gradually move to diagnostic. In descriptive, you talk about what has happened. Diagnostic, you talk about why it has happened. You then move to predictive, what is going to happen next. Then you talk about prescriptive, finding alternate solutions. And finally, you go for decisive, to find the best amongst the alternative solutions. Then I said, next stage of data science is visualization and action. As I said, the ultimate goal is to find wisdom from data. You can't stuck yourself in the case of knowledge. You need to find wisdom from knowledge. So you need to act on the knowledge to realize how good the knowledge is and how applicable the knowledge is to the real life. The results of modeling are presented in a meaningful manner, interpreted using various visualization tools for decision making. The decision arrives at put into action for its applicability in the real world. And that is what is more important. It is so easy to say that you can teach well unless you teach. And that is why the difference between knowledge and wisdom is. When you put your thing into action, then only you realize how good a teacher you are. And that is what is more important. Then you talk about what are the goals of analytics. There is the next stage, somehow it's missed out, is what is called the model. Okay. Now, as I said, what is the goal of analytics when you talk about wisdom from data? You started with sensors, data collection, measurement, observation. Then you move to monitoring, alerting, to sense making, data and to sense making, getting to ROI. ROI need not be money. Usually, ROI, when we say return on investment, it is more towards wealth rather than being profit. ROI is never immediate, as wealth is never immediate. Profits are immediate. But it is usually said it is you should work towards wealth rather than working towards the profit. When you talk about the various domains, healthcare, talk about moving from predictive preventive healthcare. It is not what is going to happen. You ensure that it doesn't happen at all. Enabling personalized medicines for shortened time of value, recognizing and predicting the spread of infectious diseases. And that is what is the case of ROI in the case of healthcare. Then in case of crime, we talk about aggressively recognizing and combating syndicate multi-card fraud online, or predicting potential crime locales and time to preventively observe police. Again, in the case of environment, another area where I've been working is in the area of disasters. You talk about predicting weather, floods, earthquake, volcanic eruptions earlier, so that proactive and preventive mechanisms can be adopted in order to ensure that these hazards do not turn into disasters. Then you have the case of computer security in terms of surveying systems to predict the potentials for attacks. So when you say ROI, we are talking about more of wealth than profit. And since it is wealth, it is never immediate. Then the last stage of data science happens to be model recomputation. Data or characteristics of data changes over time. The accuracy of the model deteriorates. Because data trends changes, the model becomes obsolete. So you need to recompute the model. Model needs to be recomputed or updated periodically to get a renewed data produced since the present model was recomputed. Model recomputation results in better accuracy as it keeps in mind the changing trends. So this is again, as I said, I will finish with this slide. Again, the ultimate goal of data science, you must have thought, is to identify wisdom from data. When I said data, it was data acquisition. When I talked about information, it was data preparation. When I talk about knowledge, I meant to say data mining and modeling. And when I talk wisdom, it was data visualization and action. And that is what is the ultimate goal. It is all about realize what is the utility of knowledge has to be realized, it has to be put into action. I remember when I went to Mexico to represent the country in terms of AI forum, ended by saying algunos son sabio, algunos son otro sabio. This is a Spanish statement. What it means is some are wise and some are otherwise. So we need to be wise rather than being otherwise. Thank you very much. something Mexico brought to India, which everybody eats in India, that is aloo.
Yes.
Potato came from Mexico, and that's why I told them that there is a road in Delhi which is called the Benito Juarez Road, which is by your president. So they asked me, one of the media person was asking me, what do you think about AI? I think AI is going to improve the productivity. At the same time, it is going to reduce the capability of the human being, and that is what
Correct.
you are understand. See, today people are not knowing how to do things because machines are doing for them, and the day machine stops doing it, you will be gone. So individuals' capability is reducing, and machines' capability are increasing. So that is what is happening.
Yes, that's what
So
I'm.
that is where the research community is at the problem, because what happens is students that capability which used to have when we used to work on piece of paper and other things is no more there when people are coming and doing research today.
That nowadays, if you see that students are publishing, well, students are able to write their papers in, 6 to 7 days, over the night as well. They take the help of AI enabled
Chat
software,
GPT.
Chat GPT. So this is just the starting. There are many others. So, point is this. And one more thing, which I always think that it is a very big concern. We are always, thinking that, okay, we know that what AI is, but there are many people who even do not know. And if they will, and they cannot even understand after maybe 10 years or 20 years. So, how they will cope up with this situation later on? I'm talking about, especially fourth class labor, those who are getting replaced by the,
So
because
that is another fear which people had even in all industry revolutions. When steam engines came in first industrial revolution, they thought that machines are going to change the layout, but it did not happen. Few jobs were lost, many were created. Same thing happened when electricity came into picture. The same thing happened when personal computers came into picture. People thought that machines will replace humans, but that did not happen. More jobs got created. And similarly, when AI will come, because it is always an apprehension when new industrial revolution comes that this is going to replace the human, but that usually doesn't.
so
happen.
you think that AI will not
See, that is,
replace us?
as long as the machines are not able to be capable like humans, it is still the human is good. That's why I said industry 5 talks about humans and machines complementing each other.
Yeah.
They have to complement each other. Humans have one capability which machines do not have, and machines have one capability which the humans do not have. So the industry 5 talks about how society and machines complement each other to solve a particular case. And that's why it's not sooner to have machines that are going to behave like human, and that AI community is also aware of.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
You know, he didn't know English at all. Slowly he developed and he studied and he came to masters. Then he joined me for PhD. When I asked him to write an email, he makes 10 mistakes in 10 lines, When he brings me when we discuss a problem and solve it, and I say, write a paper now, is totally indifferent, I say, is it your, this?
Sir, he may have taken some assistant from somebody else also. That usually happens now.
No,
Sir, there are editors
but
also.
you think, I'm an expert in that field, let's say, and I cannot write what he has written.
No,
In the
sir,
introduction and so on.
I can correct the English what he has written. Sir, this usually happens sometimes.
No, but this is happening most of the time. People, no, you ask, I have to make a speech tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I asked my student, two students to write something, give me in writing so that I can cut and paste and do something. He comes back within an hour or two. He comes and he
Today,
responds.
sir, is it in today's time?
Yeah,
So chat GPT helps.
ये chat GPT तो अभी आया ना,
हाँ.
उससे पहले क्या?
नहीं, उससे पहले सर
I'm talking of 6
Google
years.
was very useful, sir.
Sir, Google will rearrange 6 pages of English.
Sir, there are
Google-
paraphrasing software, sir.
Sorry?
Paraphrasing software, sir. I will tell you what is, sir, paraphrasing. Nowadays, what people, students in research
No,
are
but
doing, I will
then
tell you.
the question arises that students have no knowledge.
Yes, that is the question.
Huh?
That is a very big
Question.
Students are not having knowledge, and that is not.
Sir, that is what I'm saying. I'm saying that the more the machine's capability is increasing, the individual's capability is decreasing. Because, sir, now people are not learning how to write good English. What people are using is using the software to paraphrase their English to make it better.
No, and then do it so fast that you can I ask somebody to write a paper, somebody else has. And within a week, she came back and here is the paper. I said, I can't understand the problem in 6 days. You have written a paper in 6 days. So this is going to lead to a lot of problems.
Yes, sir. Sir, sir, that is what I'm saying. There is no innovation, imagination will go out of the picture. Your total dependency will be on the machine and how it rectifies things. Yes,
Which is
that is
very-
what I. This is still very big concern for us.
Because ultimately, whatever we are doing for the society, the betterment of our society. And things are deteriorating very fast.
That is what this AI is doing. That is what deteriorate. Yes, deteriorating like anything, sir. Now,
Sir, one
Yes.
question from my side. So- Sir, sir, in AI, when we are going to apply the AI for any application, so what is the advantage over the classical optimization when we are going to apply
I
the
said
AI?
when classical optimization fails, then only you talk about using AI. That means there are certain problems. For example, traveling salesman problem.
Yes. This is
It's a n city problem. If the n is very high, it becomes exponential complexity. Forget about finding the roots. You won't even know the number of roots you are having. So such problems cannot be solved using classical
Yeah.
optimization.
that's true.
Then you resort to AI because you still need a solution. If not the best, at least a good set of solutions to such problems. That
That's
is
good. But sometimes, if you have suppose one model, you have, but still AI is giving the best result over the classical optimization.
Nay, it will not guarantee.
Will not guarantee, but sometimes.
Sorry, that is another
Okay.
thing. But how would you? Okay, let me ask you a question. How would you know it is better than classic, better than the best? Because you don't know what is the
Yeah,
best.
yeah. So this comparison, no one has done.
But nobody can do because
Yeah,
that is why
yes.
that is why the research is going to prove that P is equal to NP. The day P is equal to NP is proved, this will also be done.
Sir, first of all, I compliment you for a wonderful presentation. I'm a management student and a professor also in that area. I have started working on machine teachers, right? We are exploring what is the issue is there. Then we have identified the regional and functional aspects are there. One is that, yes, the activities which you do on the learning part or teaching part, but once come a feedback part or emotional attachment or empathy, I think machine learning, there the students are not able to connect. Another part which I want to add is there, it is not, we have to depend on AI. AI can be an assistance tool, which can enhance your knowledge, which can give you new ideas and scenarios.
At present, AI is complicated. That's why I said humans and AI has to complement each other. Because AI can assist you in those tasks which you cannot do, which humans cannot do, especially the computational tasks. And humans can assist AI in those tasks which AI cannot. That's why in industry, if I talk about AI, but the AI community is aspiring to replace humans. So they're saying that machines should be able to think like humans, which is not going to be there. Even in distant future, it is not possible.
One supplement for this is there. How can we educate our student to use AI or whatever chat GPT tool in the right manner? How can we make or how can we educate our student to make right use of chat GPT or because you cannot stop them for using it. But at the end, you had seen that the type of the paraphrasing done by the software is meaningless. It does not give sense number of time. Even chat GPT can go and explore certain whatever the database is and give the information. But students do not know how this data has been created, how this information has been created. So if I have to guide my student that yes, you take assistance of AI tools, but how that they should make right use of AI tools. That is just I want to know from your side.
See how you cannot. It is all on ethics. It is all on ethics. You can't make the student realize because
No,
you know what happens.
I'm about ethics. Sir. What is the problem is that students even do not know what ChatGPT is doing. For the randomization, no, what is happening? You give a problem to them. Go and make an assignment.
But you can have course, just lectures on Chat GPT. That you can have to tell students how Chat GPT works. But Chat GPT is still not accurate. Its accuracy is around 50%, not beyond that. But the only thing is, the more AI tools will come, the students are likely to use it more because it gives you minimum effort, maximum profit. And that is what it does.
But another challenge for us for doing assessment is a big task, as Sarah already mentioned. A student give me a one of finest assignment. I appreciating it, but later I realized they use only AI tools.
That's why if you see Turnitin today,
And they have
not only talks about the plagiarism, but also saying AI assist. It gives you that aspect also, ki how much AI assist has been taken for drafting the paper. That is also comes along with Turnitin now. So you can even monitor that also now. There was a paper I remember in our school, one dissertation was submitted which had 8% plagiarism, but 81% Turnitin assist, AI assist. So that is also now coming. That how much AI assisting technology you are using for writing a paper. So Turnitin में आता है. The paper accepted, but now before sending, Turnitin has added this new feature. Huh. Sir, see, if there is an antivirus, there is somebody who creates virus. And
there are a lot of gibberish papers.
So new version of the virus has to come new virus, and then it is possible the same people who give antivirus the paper create new virus also.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Let's thank him for a wonderful presentation. Yeah.
And our, that interest is contradicting as of now. Thank you so very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. And as we all know, Kapoor sir is the reason behind this conference, and he's a great researcher, and he's able to bring so many minds here who are talking intellectual here. So that is why I request all of you to please step forward and felicitate Kapoor sir. It's a big honor for us to have Kapoor sir between us. Please welcome Kapoor sir with a big round of applause. All the students, his contribution in research is, very, very important. And we are trying to learn a lot from him. So you always keep your blessings on us and guide us.
I can left, I see my student. I
Yes, sir. I wish every guru finds this kind of inspiration,
I never realized that this is catching my justice. Study university, the book is very important. Now, I can say that the need to I have my book contains the surveys, whether we have made. But next one, before I have, because who the one to be right here in the to be very right. Now then I started with and the result we started because I said so bad that people for no reason sometimes it is like I know and now when I was looking at the people, we were told that therefore I suggest you that the upcoming is it shows that you do not show your Indian. How we are well versed with anything. We go abroad and when I went abroad for the first time, I felt so different. It's small. We do this, we do that. But then when I went again after 10 years, another 10 years, now I will same place I used to look at you know, there's something now I know I think we have a good idea. People present the and like you know, 1 year ago we did that for this is I like the word then you know then you because how to get that but we are there but not like that cook. Right now, when I see that I've been with my phone, this is, because traveling is a fellow if you know that traveling try white sea try very can but don't go to
Now we will start the session in half an hour after IT.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now I welcome back to your session. So now I would like to introduce our chair to all, Professor Rekha Agarwal. Professor Rekha Agarwal did her BE in year 1990 and then MTech and PhD in IT. She has experience over 33 years, out of which 9 years in industry and 23 years in MIT since 2000. She is currently holding position of Director, MIT Institute of Information Technology and MIT School of Engineering and Technology, Delhi since 2010 and additional charge of Director, AIIT. She has also worked as a part of number of committees as chairperson and handled various academic and administrative responsibilities in government bodies. Now, I would like to introduce you to our speaker of the session, Dr. Abhishek Tandon. Dr. Abhishek Tandon is currently working as Associate Professor at the Department of Operational Research, University of Delhi. He is member and steering committee G20 University Connect, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India. He is joint CEO of Udmodaya Foundation, a Section 8 company of University of Delhi. He is joint dean International Relations, University of Delhi. He has teaching experience of more than 12 years. Thank you. Oh. Yes. Sir.
नहीं sir, I'm बैठूंगा. How many people are live? I mean on online. अच्छा. But all of them are from this university.
ये तो निकालिए सर ये वो था क्या
PDF था.
नहीं है
दूसरी भेजो PPT फॉर्म.
एक मिनट एक मिनट अगर डायरेक्ट चल जाएंगे तो फिर Now I would like to introduce our speaker of the session, Anuji Agrawal. Anuji Agrawal is a professor in Department of Operational Research, University of Delhi, with more than 25 years of teaching and research experience. Her key research interest includes mathematical modeling and optimization in consumer buying behavior, innovation diffusion modeling, commerce, multi-criteria decision-making techniques, reliability growth modeling for software systems.
Thank you for your kind words. So my today's session is about the electronic word of mouth in online businesses. Basically, this presentation it will be divided in three parts. First, I'll be talking about what is meant by the word electronic word of mouth, its relevance to the digital businesses, and then I'll be discussing a small case study as well. So, if we talk about the word electronic word of mouth, then the origin of this lies in the word of mouth. Okay, so word of mouth is basically the interpersonal communication and between two people or group of people, and it's basically if I will talk about that how old is the history of word of mouth, then it is as old as the history of the human existence. As the human has evolved over the earth, this is through like interpersonal communication, the knowledge has transferred, the information has diffused from word of mouth. Now with the digitalization of the world, like with the advancements in the internet technologies and the easy availability and affordability of the smart devices, the if we talk in terms of the businesses, then businesses are going online. They are moving away from physical stores to the digital stores, means physical as well as the digital stores. And with respect to this digital stores, we are talking about the electronic word of mouth. If I define easily what is meant by the word electronic word of mouth, then electronic word of mouth is basically uh, a textual comment or some sort of emoji or the ratings which people share on online so that others can see them in the public domain basically. These comments may be about a service, it may be about an idea, it may be about a product. So I've included, another question comes, where do we find these e-worms? So usually we find e-worms on the sites of these e-commerce websites. I have taken, this is a screenshot of the e-worm which is there on the Amazon.com. It talks about a product. And if you see it on the screen, this EWOM consists of some textual comments, then some ratings from 1 to 5 star ratings, and then there may be, this EWOM doesn't have emojis, but nowadays, the customer express their emotions even by, using some emojis as well. Similarly, this is a EWOM, an example of EWOM which is taken from the TripAdvisor. TripAdvisor is one of the biggest platform which facilitate the online booking for the hotels, airline bookings, booking of the holiday tours, and etc. Uh, now, because my focus is about what role EWOM has with respect to the digital businesses. EVOM is, as I said, EVOM is basically the comments, the textual comments. It may contain the textual, the words. It may contain some ratings. It may contain some pictures as well. So, broadly speaking, there are, two type of features which are associated with the electronic word of mouth. Those features can be numerical in nature, like the ratings, and those features can be, can be non-numerical in nature, means textual in nature, like the readability, like the sentiment, their polarity. This is, this is few of the features which are associated with the electronic word of mouth. It can be like even volume. Volume means the number of, the number of comments about a product which are available online. It can be EWOM ratings. Ratings are basically usually, the e-commerce firms, they give the facility of rating a product or a service on a scale of 1 to 5. So those are the EWOM ratings. Then there are like the textual features like EWOM length. EWOM length is, it can be measured in terms of the number of characters in the textual comment. It can be measured in terms of the number of words in the textual comment. And then EWOM sentiment. Sentiment is the basically the tone of opinion which is expressed through those ratings or those textual comments. Readability is basically a measure of information quality of the EWOM. Is basically measures the how easy or how difficult it is to understand what is being conveyed through the comment. So it basically represents the comprehensibility level of the comment. This I have already, because I've been asked to wind up in 15 minutes, so I'll wind up this part. So I'll briefly touch upon, that how EWOM, what role or what importance EWOM have with respect to digital businesses or the online markets. So we know that in the market there are two perspectives, there are two sides of the coin. One is the customer side, other is the marketer side. So if we talk from the perspective of the customer, then these EWOM act as an important source of information for the customer. Those who are looking for some information about the product or the service, about a hotel or about a about a holiday tour. The examples are many. Then basically basically the EWOM act as a source of information for them. And as a source of information, what is being conveyed through those comments to the person who is reading those comments, that basically helps the customer to make up his mind about, make up his mind to what to do next, whether he should go ahead with the purchase decision or whether he should, stop thinking about the product. It also, basically helps in creating the perception about the product in the mind of the customer. It basically also acts as a, because people are sharing their experience through the comments. So these word of mouth which are present online, it basically also help the prospective customer to do an initial quality assessment about the product as well. Like, it is usually reported in the literature that if people are writing positive about something, then others also start thinking positive about it, because somehow, because we know that the companies usually, the one way of promoting a product is through the advertisement, but that is something which is initiated by the company, so usually people don't trust that as much. But when we talk about the comments which have been shared by the previous customers online, so usually, the prospective customers or the future customer, they tend to trust it more. So, whatever has been conveyed through them, if people are happy, then it will create a positive impact in the mind of the fellow customers. If people are sharing their bad experience about something, then it also creates a negative perception about the product in the mind of the prospective customers. And if we talk from the perspective, like, this is, this is the first part, that how it, how it is important for a customer, these electronic word of mouth. Now another side is that how these comments basically help the businesses, how it helps the marketer. As I said, through the comments, people are sharing their experience. So it basically, give the window to the marketer for its self-assessment, that are they doing well in the market? Uh, are the customers happy with their products or their offerings in the market. If people are writing positive, it means they are doing well. It's a big motivation for them. But if people are writing negative about their offerings, then it may, in the small run, it may impact the business, negatively. But it also, gives the opportunity to the business to understand their improvement areas. That this is where they are lacking, and this is what they need to do to capture the market, to capture their customers. This is, some statistics which are compiled from, in different sources, which shows that, how much impact these reviews or these EWOM have on the customers. Like one report says around 90% of the consumers, they read reviews before, visiting, even before, like nowadays it's a trend is there that even when people are shopping through the physical stores, first they surf the product online, they read about it, from the online sources, then only they go and make the purchase in the physical stores. So it has been reported that around 90% of the customers, even when they go and shop in the physical stores, but they are reading the comments online. And similarly, around 88% of the customers, they trust these reviews, as much as the personal recommendations. Like they tend to trust them more as compared to the advertisement which are given by the marketer. Another statistic says that the people tend to spend more when they read positive reviews about something. And around 72%, the data says that customer says that positive reviews basically boost the confidence of the people in the product. So these are the few statistics which are taken from the different sources. Similar, these are the another set of statistics which shows that, you know, how much impact these, word of mouth are having on the customers. Like around 86% of the customer, they will hesitate to purchase from a business which has got negative online reviews. It basically shows that how reviews are acting as a source of information, and also how the tone of the reviews, whether they are positive or negative, they are basically impacting the mindset or the decisions, the future decisions of the potential customers. That was, now I'm discussing a small case study which belongs to the area of hospitality, and that how EWOM may help the an hospitality firm to understand that how much happy or what is the experience of the people who are staying in that hotel. Because we know that, I have picked up this case study because this belongs to the hospitality industry. We know that, when we talk about the goods, usually the goods are of two types. First, the goods are of information type, and other is the experience goods. So broadly speaking, there are two type of goods: information goods and experience goods. Information goods are those where people can make up the mind about the quality of the product just after reading the specification about the product. Like the example is a laptop or a smartphone. They fall into the category of information good. People read the specification and somehow they are able to make up their mind whether the product is good or no, it's worth spending the money or no. But there is another category of products which lie in the, which belong to the class of experience goods. Experience goods means those products cannot be where the customer cannot make up his mind whether that product is good or bad without using it. For example, it may be an in service, like for example, staying in a hotel. Unless and until one person goes and visit a hotel, it's very difficult to say how the services in that hotel are. Especially even, in a restaurant, without visiting a restaurant, without having a food there, it's very difficult to make up the mind that how good or bad the restaurant is. So usually, these are the examples of the, experience goods. So in the class of experience goods, These EVOMs are really helpful because here through these comments the customers are sharing their experiences with, like, if I had taken this example from the hospitality industry. So here people, we are talking about a data set where people are sharing their experience after staying in a hotel. So hotel, we know that service industry. So those who have stayed in that hotel with respect to the room, the cleanliness, the hygiene, the staff, and the amenities available, the location, you know, with respect to those various perspective, the those who have actually visited, they will be sharing their comments online, and those who now wish to book a room in their hotel, they, for that, when they are looking for the information, they read these comments, and these comments consist of the comments about the hotel quality, the hygiene quality, the cleanliness, the hotel, the staff, the amenities in the hotel, and its location, various other aspects as well. So they act, so a very important source of information with respect to the that hotel. In this, to show that how EWOM may help to understand how much happy or unhappy the customers are with respect to that the stay in the hotel. So we had taken a data set from TripAdvisor, and this is the methodology which has been used. First, the data has been collected. Some features are extracted with respect to the comment, the textual comments. The basically the features what we have considered here, they are broadly categorized in two parts. First, which are related to these textual comments, and they are the EWOM length, readability, and sentiments. The other set of features what we have considered, they are below, basically related to the hotel, and they may be the room, the service, cleanliness, location, and values. These are the the five aspects where people usually give the ratings to the different hotels. Okay, now to understand the experience level of the customers or the guest who has stayed in that hotel, two type of techniques have been used. First, statistical technique, basically the regression analysis has been used, followed by the machine learning technique. Basically, regression analysis has been used to build up the theory, to see the association between the electronic word of mouth and the experience of the customers. And then machine learning has been used to validate those, the result what we have been obtained by regression analysis. Uh, Now, this we worked on more than 2 lakhs of the comments which were there from tripadvisor.com, and in all 9 variables were included, out of which one is the dependent variable, which dependent variable is corresponding to the hotel ratings which the people give to the hotels. They are on the scale of 1 to 5, and then there are the 8 independent variables. They are related to these textual comments and about the hotel features. Using these 8 independent variables and one dependent variable, and incremental regression modeling was done, which resulted in building 7 linear regression models given from equation 1 to 7. Why we have used the incremental regression modeling here? Because we wanted to see, instead of studying taking into account all the variables together, we wanted to see that what it's basically the marginal improvement. We wanted to see how much marginal improvement in the results are obtained as we add more and more variables in our regression. So for that part, we built those 7 regression models uh, based on these 9 features. Okay, and these are the results of the uh, regression models of those 7 regression models. And through these regression model, number of 8 hypotheses have been tested, and it has been shown that the variables what we have included in our research, they have positive association Few have positive association, few have negative association with the uh, hotel ratings or with the guest. Then to validate these results, we run the machine learning algorithm and four classifiers were used: artificial neural networks, NIBIAS, sport vector machines, and k nearest neighbor. And this table basically shows the different accuracy levels, the different, the performance measures with respect to these four classifiers. The performance measures which have been used are accuracy, precision, measure, and recall. If we, if we compare, then we see that, in most of the cases, ANN, artificial neural network, give better accuracy in comparison to other three. In most of the cases, but not always. This is apart from, it also gives that, because we have included uh, eight, we have included 8 independent variables. Through the machine learning algorithm, we are also able to measure that which feature or which, variable has the highest association with the customer experience level. If we see here that quality of the room is most important to define the experience of a customer, followed by the services, followed by the, the tone, the opinion of the fellow customers, and the least important is, how much, in what length the people are writing about their experience. I think we can wind up here. There is one more case study, but I think we can wind up here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This was really a very interesting session, and I think everyone can connect it because when we are going outside for any new place, we really look for these reviews only for making a judgment that whether we should go or not. I have a small inclusiveness. I just want to ask: you have taken the incremental logistic regression, so how you have decided that which attributes should be taken first, and then how you have included the attributes inside it? Because one by one you have increased the attributes inside it, I think.
Yeah, actually, what we did, we first started with, I said we have categorized all the attributes in two parts. First, the EVOM related, and then were the hotels related. So what we did, we started with the EVOM related,
Okay.
because that was our primary focus, that, that how EVOM is basically, how EVOM is defining the experience of the customer. So we started with the features which are related to the electronic word of or the comments. Then, because we know that it's just not the comments which are,
Important.
which is important. Basically, people are also seeing the hotel features as well. So
And your
this is,
second machine learning showed they are even more important than the
yes.
EVOM features.
Yeah, room is the most important, criteria, because this is how, like it's basically it has been obtained on the basis of more than 2 lakhs comments. So like as per those comments, room is one of most important, like what people give it attention to while, meeting these needs.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your nice presentation, ma'am. I have few queries just for the institution. I just want to know. One, you are saying room, right? And the last, you are putting cleanness at the downside.
Which
When
one?
the
Should I?
diagrammatic representation you have shown us, ma'am.
This one.
This blue one, last one, last. That bar chart, I think that was last. Yeah, you stop here. You just see the attributes which you mentioned. One, the room you mentioned, and the cleanness you put in the last. That's the
No,
least.
cleanness is not the last, it's EVOM line.
No, Prior to that, you can see that if I say order wise, you are saying in
Hmm.
beginning. One more thing is that when I'm going to a hotel, how you differentiate between room and the staff services and the cleanness?
Room is about, it can be the size of the room, it can be the amenities inside the room.
But if a room is not clean, whether we customer is going to be positive about it.
No, it's not that cleanliness is not important. Please see, I'm not saying that cleanliness is not important. Cleanliness is important, but the room is more important than that. If you see, I want to, you have got a very fine point. Just a minute. I will show you some result for that. Please see the results of the regression model. Okay. Uh, in the regression model, if you see that the variables, whatever we have included and study, they all have significant association with the guest experience. Okay, means they are significant. Whether it is cleanliness, its room, or any other feature, whatever we have included here, they have significant. So, when I say least important, it doesn't mean they are not important. They're just saying in comparison to this, the other one is more
But if, let's
important.
presume if you were to suggest. See,
No, cleanliness. No, room is about, room is about the room itself. Cleanliness is just not about the room. Cleanliness may be even, with respect to the lobby area. The cleanliness may be with respect to the desk area. It's a broader thing. Cleanliness means overall cleanliness in the entire hotel.
just if I. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
No, but this is what we have got from the data. No,
No, if
and secondly, if something is, coming with the smaller values, but it doesn't mean that is not important.
I'm saying if I see this data and if I'm a hotelier, right,
Uh-huh.
how I will optimize my services for my customer?
It means the room people are more
See, room
concentrated
depends
about
upon
the
the
room because
payment.
they sleep basically, most of the time they are inside the room, so they are more concerned about like what they are getting inside the room. So as a hotelier, you need to concentrate on the facilities inside the room, the size of the room. The room is just not that rectangular area. It also includes the quality of the bed inside, the quality of the mattress inside. It's a composite variable. It's not a single variable. It's a composite variable, which includes the quality, the sleep comfort as well.
I do agree. In because we in a management, when we define, no, that is the area which we want to understand. That is the reason. Only one query is one aspect. Second, when we say product, you have said information. I think one more you would give a definition.
Experience.
Experience. But whatever literature in management says, we have goods which are tangible in nature, and we have services which are intangible in nature. This when you take a product into categories. And you had mentioned services and information is also a kind of services only. How could how it differentiate into two categories?
No, sorry, I could not get your query.
Ma'am, a product you had mentioned, I think one information
Yeah.
and your other you mentioned experience.
Hmm.
Whatever the literature we had.
Like if we talk about the food items, okay, ready to eat meals, will they come into the category of food? Will they
Goods.
come? They will come into the category of product, ready to eat meal.
They will come in the product category, and we say they
But
are tangible.
that is not an information good. It's a experience good. You eat it, only then you know whether it tastes well or no.
You want to say that you defining by the when so use and then only
Yeah,
use.
this is how I define that. Information means when you read the specification and you are able to make up your mind. But there are certain products or services which, first you use it and only then you can make up your mind. It's just not the services. There are many products as well, which come into the category of experience goods. And I gave you one example. All the food items are come into that category. Must have seen that. Usually, when the food items, usually the promotion of the food item is done, usually they distribute the free samples because they want the people to experience the taste. Nobody gives you the free sample of a laptop or a smartphone but for a food item, usually the free samples are distributed. If you, I'm not saying even laptops are purely information goods, because there are certain experience aspects as well. That's why if you visit the stores, they display those. You must have seen the smartphones. They put the demo on the table, and you can feel it, like how much does it pay, and the clarity of the screen and everything. So because they want to cover up that part, that experience part, but rest is the information. People see the specifications, what is the RAM, what is the screen size, what I don't know that much, the technology part. But other thing is, for that they put the demo on the table so that people can put in the hands and they can feel it, to cover up that portion.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. And I would like to welcome Dr. Abhishek Tandon for his presentation.
जूम पे शेयर करने पड़ेगा ना, तो पता नहीं चलेगा ना, तो ऑनलाइन ना।
Thank you. And not all the time I get this opportunity to express my gratitude towards Professor Kapoor. So I will not miss this opportunity. It's always wonderful to come to Amity. I've spent one of the finest span of my life here. I was not student here, but I used to come to him when I was winding up my PhD. And I would again like to thank him for inviting us. I am also from OR, but this time I requested him that I would like to speak on a topic which is different than operations research. Uh, University of Delhi started a Section 8 company in June 2022, which is now focusing on promoting the startup network in the not only in the university, we are also catering to the needs of students and startups that are outside University of Delhi as well. So there has been a lot of learning for me as well. So I thought I'll share that learning, and I'll also share what the university is doing so that it is helpful for the people who have joined in this conference. And also it's important to understand that one is that Government of India is doing a lot for startups. Two, university systems are doing a lot for startups. We are doing wonderful. I mean, if we compare it in the last 10 years, in 2014, we hardly had 100 startups in the entire country. Today, we have more than 100 unicorns. So that is the scale and the length of development that has already taken place in the country. I'm happy to share that we are amongst the top 3 startup ecosystems in the world. So I thought it's important that such topics should also be covered in this conference. And over the past 1 year, what I have realized is that majority of the students, whether they are undergraduate students, whether they are master's students, whether they are postgraduate students, all of them want to get involved in a startup. All of them are ready. They have ideas. But the biggest apprehension, the biggest fear is that of failure. And majority of us want to get into a job where there is a job security, and we have such kind of system where even if we fail, we are in a position where we can arrange ourselves in such a manner that we are not facing a problem. So I always say, and bringing back OR to this, it's actually a fear minimization problem. So we have to minimize the fear. And how we minimize that fear, we have to develop various kinds of mechanisms so that people who are actually interested to get into startups fear less. So when we talk about this, we always talk about the successful startups and the successful journeys that have taken place. And one thing which is there, I mean, in not only in our society, but in general, that we only talk about people who are successful. We'll talk about Zomato, we'll talk about Flipkart. Today in the morning, I was there in a startup boot camp where there was a professor from IIT Delhi and who said that out of 100 unicorns, 37 are from IIT Delhi. Students, IIT Delhi students are 37 out of 100. And if we talk about the IITs, it is 80. I mean, almost 80% of the startups are from IIT. But one thing which he shared and which I would like to share here as well is that almost 500 people, 500 students every year from IIT are involved in startups. And out of them, you can see over the years of hard work, we are now in the process of getting 37 from IIT Delhi. But what is important is that all of them also did not succeed in the first go. There were failures and there were multiple attempts. And because of these multiple attempts, they were able to succeed. There is a very, famous jargon that is used in the corporate world these days that address the elephant in the room. So the elephant in the room is that we are not ready for inculcating this culture of startups in our students. So when we talk about startups, when we go to meetings of Startup India and all sorts of bodies that are there made by the government of India, they are ready to give unsecured loans, they are ready to give mentorship, they are ready to give people who are from best of the best startups, successful startups, so that they can mentor. But the only thing is that there is a huge difference, huge gap is there between demand and supply. And the reason for that is that the culture is not there. I had a discussion with my father as well, and he told me that, during late in 80s and in 70s, when he was a student, a lot of people used to go for startups. They were not called as startups, small businesses, which eventually a lot of these businesses ended up in growing big as well. But this was the culture back then. But then this dot coms and all the development FDI which came up, we were forced to look at the corporate jobs as well. And of course, there is no harm in looking at these jobs. We have to look at these jobs. But when eventually we feel that why today we need to promote startups, there is a reason for that. I think, in fact, there are two. One is that we need to understand that as and when the skilled population is going to grow up, there are not going to be as many jobs to cater the skilled population. Number two, we saw that in COVID as well, that it is important for us to be self-reliant as well. Self-reliant does not mean that we are not going to interact with various countries, but self-reliant means that we have to make sure that we have that capacity that if required, we can take care of ourselves on our own. So that is the way we are looking at it. One of the examples was that during the COVID, we were not in a position to manufacture one ventilator. The ventilator was very less in our country. But then eventually Mahindra and all these companies got together and they did that. There was not even one PPE kit manufactured in our country. And then just in a year's time, we were the ones who were sending it to other countries. So that is the kind of focus that we need to bring in. One thing which I would like to mention here is that when I speak about our country, when I speak about our people, I would like to cite our Prime Minister. Last year, when he was speaking from Red Fort, he said that, people in our country are really, really very hardworking people in our country. I'll go to Hindi. He said that there are ये पराक्रमी लोग हैं, ओजस्वी लोग हैं, तेजस्वी लोग हैं. So whenever we talk about creating a ecosystem, India is one country which is very quick in creating that ecosystem. And we have seen that in the last 10 years, how we have come from 11th in the GDP to the 5th largest economy we are. And I am sure as and when we are going, the way we are going, we'll be very soon the 3rd largest economy. Now, the Prime Minister also says that we have to talk about Viksit Bharat, and he has given us a deadline of 2047. The point is here that why we are discussing 2047 in 2022. It's important because at least in the next 25, it's going to be a journey. We cannot become developed country, and so-called developed is also something which I per se feel is going to change in the years to come. People and countries who are developed had not faced the problems that we are facing today. They were not having the problem of environment. We are having the problem of environment. We are facing the issues of COP. So I think developing and developed countries definitions are also going to change. Why I'm bringing this point is because in my PPT, if you see, the topic is sustainable startups. So the journey from startups to sustainable startups is also something which we have learned. Now, I'd like to, just start with the presentation. The company's name is Udmodya, and it's a Section 8 company found by University of Delhi. The Honorable Vice Chancellor is the chairperson of the board of the company. Yeah, so the Vice Chancellor of our university is the chairperson of the board of the company, and we have directors in the board from various fields as well. We are offering almost, okay, I think I'll just, ये चल नहीं रही. So we have our office where we are providing all the facilities to the startups. And when I say all the facilities, ठीक है, बिना पीपीटी के भी चल जाएगा वैसे. Yeah, बिना PPT चलेगा ना? Yeah. So the point is that we have created that kind of infrastructure in the university, and we have a huge space where companies have come and opened their offices, and we are incubating these companies. Day to day life, whatever problems they are facing, not only the money aspect, of course, money we are giving them, we are funding them, but day to day they face so many problems. And all these problems, of course, I am also not skilled to address all the problems, but we have hired people from various fields so that their problems are helped. It's basically hand holding. And hand holding of these companies is very important because right now, yes, thank you. Right now, it's important to tell them that, whatever they are doing, they are in the right direction. And even if they fail tomorrow, they may not feel bad. So what we did was we started a program that is SAP, Startup Accelerator Program last year, where we called for an application from startups. Around 400 startups applied for that particular program, and out of them only 25 were shortlisted for the funding. But the other 375 were not rejected. They were also selected. Now they are going through a process of boot camp where we are trying to improve them, and maybe next year or 2 years down the line or 3 years down the line, they are going to improve their ideas or bring new ideas and come into the circle of funding. So that is how the ecosystem is working. And in the entire scheme of things, we already have around 4 to 500 applications which are still pending. I mean, I'll not say pending, on which we are still working. So I think vision and mission I've already cleared. These are our objectives: fostering a culture of innovation, envisioning a community of startups, mentorship, envisioning a community of startups with the foundation. This is what we are giving at University of Delhi, the facilities. And the facilities can be used not only by University of Delhi students, but students across the country, and not only students, even teachers. Our startup policy, which we have, which is duly passed from all the statutory bodies, also has a mention that teachers who are working in the university, teachers who are working in various universities can also start their startups. So this was one of the program which we did, where founder of Ashoka University we called Pramath Raj Sinha, and he addressed how startups are useful and how startups are going to be the future of Indian economy. Coming to Viksit Bharat, so we have now got a special call on startups, but that is sustainable social development. As our Honorable Prime Minister has already said that we want our country to be developed by 2047. So we have come up with a special call on sustainable social development startups. Why sustainable? Because we need to take care of all the SDG goals that are there. We need to take care of the COP commitments, zero emissions by 2027. And one thing which is good, and I'd like to highlight here, is that India is doing exceptionally well, and we have promised, and looking at the trajectory and projections, India is going to achieve that zero carbon emissions by 2027. And it is something exceptional for a developing country to achieve that. So I will not go into Viksit Bharat. These are the startups that are already being there, and we are incubating these startups. So I'll just take 1 minute each on each startup. Dentifrice is a type of electronic toothbrush that they are creating, where toothbrush is going to help reach the places where normal toothbrush is unable to reach. Riding Rangers is one which is, I don't know if people have heard about Pidge. Transporting, communication, logistic from B to B, B to C, if you have to send something from one place to the other, online platform, Riding Rangers. They are really doing good, and I am pretty sure, I am very confident, I keep telling them that you are going to be a unicorn one day. This is Nirikshak, iGo EXO. So they have created a tool where if you are bleeding a lot, if you see somebody bleeding on the road, they have got a group of doctors have created a product where the bleeding is immediately going to stop, and this is going to save many lives. And already the product is with the Medical Council of India for approval. Chronicle Sports Event, again startup which is one of the most upcoming startups. They are doing all sorts of sporting events, just like IPL and all these events. They are taking care of the whatever happens in the background. So recently they did IPL things in Delhi. Biomandi is for marketplace decided for sustainable products. They have sustainable products. Or Spice is one of the startups which I would say is in the sustainable startups, because this startup is being the product is made by students who are, or I should say workers who are suffering from autism. So all the products that they are making, it is a purpose driven social entrepreneurs pursuing meaningful profits. They are producing 35 varieties of dried culinary herb spices. and all of them are being done by person with autism. So that is how sustainable startups have come up. So social problem solving through business innovation, visionary responsible entrepreneurs, profit for social impact, minimizing the negative impact. I've already mentioned why it is important for us to have social entrepreneurs. Some examples which are there, and I would like to read all these examples because students definitely sometimes ask that, sir, what is the idea on which we can work to have a startup? So social entrepreneurs, they are in all the sectors, whether it is microfinance, whether it is one for one impact, environmental and innovative sanitation solution. And some of the challenges that they face is that बहुत ज्यादा अगर हम सिर्फ समाज की बात करते हैं तो लोग पैसा कम देते हैं. So that has to be maintained. At the end of the day, businesses are only going to run when revenues are going to get generated. So this is one of the problem. Measuring and communication, scaling social impact, talent acquisition. People are not very much interested to come up to social startups. They want to go into companies which are already, working on some kind of startups which are STEM, जिसे हम कहते हैं ना सर, STEM, science, technology, engineering, management related. So these are certain problems: economic viability, quality, consistency, capturing social values, securing capital. People are not very keen in investing in social startups these days, but yeah, this is not true anymore. Recently, a social startup has backed a $1 million funding from an angel investor in our circle only. So I think these things are now changing. I would just like to conclude by saying, again, sharing a few things. One thing is that, whenever we motivate students to get into startup is to, of course, we all of us want them to become the next gen entrepreneur. All of us want them to become successful. All of us want them to have revenues. All of us want them that they become the next unicorn. But during the course of this journey, there are certain intangible things which they also collect. That is how they are working, how they decide to work hard, and so much so that these intangible skills and these intangible organization skills that they collect, it is not visible to them, but it is visible to their teammates, it is visible to their partners, it is visible to their family members, maybe 2 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line. And once these skills are inculcated in them, once this discipline is there in them, whatever field they choose in the life, whether it is a startup or they finally eventually go for a job also, they don't fail. So it is important that all of us encourage our students to try and build certain type of startup ecosystem within our university, within our class, within our college, within our university, so that whomsoever is interested comes forward and is not demotivated and is not scared of the fear of rejection or failure. Thank you. Any questions?
Startups. My son is changing from one place to another, and at the end of it, he had to join he left all startups and finally joined a big company. I was wondering, I used to ask him, people like ICL clinics, they opened clinics all over India, and he worked in that place, and after a year or so, he laid him off, because they were not doing it successfully. Not that they closed, but they wanted him to go to Bombay, go to this place or that. Startup, I found the hearing in what he used to tell me that, somehow it was regarding clinics. You know, they didn't have the right kind of person available, doctors or other, and many of the people got laid off.
Yeah.
That is one worry that remains in startups is you never know when you get off the mark. And you know, people like Petroda and all, he was in a startup with Petroda. There's one guy called very rich guy who also had invested in this company, and they used to quarrel on the phone, you know, and involving my son in between, and he says convey this to this other investor, convey this to this, and finally that was also closed. And of late, there is, if you've seen ICL, the pathology labs, you know, of course, parallel to Lal,
Yeah.
this, there was another American company which had opened this, you know, and he joined at a very high salary. Within a year, he was laid off.
So
Yeah.
one thing which
No,
I
I have because I went to Sweden 4 times in 2 years or something, less than that. But when I would watch TV in Sweden, you know, they half one channel, two channels, you find people they are learning or repairing a vehicle which is age-old vehicle and bring it to a look like a new one or something. People like me who never, repaired a switch or something, you know, that you change that there is something wrong with the switch. You go and buy and fix it. Many of us have not done that. But there in Europe or Scandinavian countries, one thing is sure that you know right from the day one when you 6 years old, 8 years old, when you start going to kindergarten, they start learning things which later become part of their startups, you know.
Yeah.
It is not difficult because they are trained that way. You know, like the DU is training, you know, maybe undergraduates or graduates, they're telling them how to do it. I don't know how serious they are because they have to attend classes and so on. The career is also important. So I was wondering if this happens in Europe or Scandinavian countries or even places like UK.
I would like to share something here, sir. Um, on both the things. First, I'll share the second query that you have raised. Very recently, there was a delegation that came from Japan, and they shared this that in Japan there is no stigma attached to the work which they see in our country. Over the last 6 7 decades, 7 8 decades, whatever it is now 7.5 after our independence, we have kind of created a lot of stigma attached to work. You know, today if you go to rural India, every father or parent would want their child to become an engineer or MBA or a doctor. But thanks to the national education policy, now a lot of emphasis is being given on the skill part. Even in the colleges, students have to take up skill courses. And I am sure, we have just started with the national education policy. This is the first batch that is in our university. I am sure with the time to come, हो गया जो 7 दशकों में जो होना था हो गया, अब आगे 10 साल से अच्छा ही चल रहा है, तो अच्छा होगा आगे. And we are going to kind of remove this stigma which people
say that maybe from the school.
स्कूल से ही शुरू हो गया सर. यू विल बी सरप्राइज, स्कूल में इंटर्नशिप शुरू हो गई है. 5th 6th में कोडिंग सिखा रहे हैं बच्चों को. दैट इज द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी. और दूसरा जो आपने बताया उसके ऊपर मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. वन स्टार्टअप आई मेट, अनुभव सिन्हा, चाय सुट्टा बार करके, उसके देश भर में कैफे हैं. ही इज ओनली 21 ईयर ओल्ड एंड अ मिलियनेयर. अ पॉइंट जो मैं इंडिया में स्टार्टअप में देखता हूँ विच वी हैव टू एड्रेस अगेन is that people become successful, but then they look out to get themselves purchased. Some or the other company should take us over. That is again a problem which we need to address, because once a big company or a bigger fish takes them over, the entire ecosystem and culture changes. So maybe going forward, once we address this issue, second issue is sustainability. We need to also address this issue that once you are successful, you have to be sustainable. आप देखिए IIT के लोगों ने फ्लिपकार्ट शुरू किया, आज IIT के लोग मेजर शेयर होल्डर नहीं है उसमें. जोमैटो में शुरू किया, आज जोमैटो किसी और ने खरीद लिया, मेटा ने फेसबुक को खरीद लिया. सो दिस इज हाउ स्टार्टअप्स वांट कि हम क्विक मनी बनाएं और निकल जाए. तो दिस इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेसेस एंड स्टार्टअप्स. So maybe this is also something which needs to be addressed.
We are bought and sold or whatever, but there are several others. Like in software, we say that you do not know how many
Bugs.
companies fail and lose all their business, and and those which you see are the few successful ones.
सर बिल्कुल ठीक बात है. मैंने इनिशियली कहा कि हम लोग सक्सेस वालों की ज्यादा चर्चा करते हैं.
They're always ready. Once I create a thought, it is worth this much, and then somebody comes and gives another 1 billion or 1 million or whatever, and they sit idle. There are startups who made a very successful start, and later they wound up and sitting idle.
Enjoying life. And then they come to TV shows.
The career of few joinees, those who have joined.
No, I agree, ma'am, and that has to be taken care of. Now,
Some kind of social security should be with the, like, they don't treat them as their regular employees.
ma'am, the social security is something which is, I mean, I'll just tell you one thing. One is job security. Now, if we talk about job security, today at the end of the day, if you see, sir has given a wonderful example. His son was laid out of 2 companies, but eventually he found out a good job because he has the skill. So if you have the skill, you may face this initial hiccups, but at the end of the day, you will definitely find a job. So many people today, University of Delhi is also conducting interviews. So many people don't get through. But if they have the skill, they eventually get settled somewhere or the other. But if they don't have the skill, then they face problems. So at the end of the day, the point where we need to emphasize more is to bring and build more and more skills.
But there's other side is there is always a stigma attached to when you join a startup. Because of these incidences, you don't perform well because of that inertia. Like, we may be laid off easily from earlier than the good company.
Correct.
So that part has to be looked in by the government, some kind of thing, or we have to be like popularizing them like this. It is as good as a normal company because we are talking of sustainable. So sustainable should be emphasized.
करेक्ट. एक बात और मैम मैं यहाँ पे ऐड करना चाहूंगा कि वी ऑलवेज वांट गवर्नमेंट्स टू डू अ लॉट. गवर्नमेंट ने 15 में एक स्टार्टअप इंडिया शुरू कर दिया, बाद में 16-17 में दे स्टार्टेड विद द स्टैंड अप इंडिया प्रोजेक्ट. पॉइंट इज हाउ मेनी पीपल आर एक्चुअली यूजिंग दीज स्कीम्स. At the end of the day, our country is driven by the society, not government. The society at large has to enlighten. If the society starts to work correctly, you will see that this is not going to fail. One simple example: when COVID lockdown happened, the first day, thousands of people started to walk back towards their houses. We all saw that. For government, it was impossible to reach all of them, but the society reached. So many NGOs, so many self-help groups. So at the end of the day, government of course has to do. उनका काम ही है. But I think society, universities, all of us also have to make that effort, that we have to convince people that you may have that risk factor, but the amount of money you get in startups is also good. So that.
Yes, we like it.
सर वही मैं मतलब सोसाइटी की बात कर रहा हूँ. नहीं, but I think with the, at least today we are talking about it, I've identified that problem. That is good.
In fact, at least we all are aware of these kind of schemes, and in fact, all of the university and institutions are having their startup ecosystem as well.
Yeah.
Website is your university. So if there are no more questions, yes.
First of all,
थोड़ा हल्का ही रखना सर.
नहीं सर.
मैम से बहुत पूछा था ना आपने.
वो मेरा इंटरेस्ट है इसमें भी. मैं
हाँ.
सिर्फ जानना ये चाहता हूँ सर कि you had mentioned your foundation. So, what type of support your foundation gives to the student in building up the new startup? So, some of the 4 or 5 key points you can tell us so that our student or anyone who want to be interested, if they can take support of your
Sir, we are supporting at multiple stages. Let us suppose the person has already registered a company and is a startup. Then we are going to offer them office space. We are going to offer them money, which is as per the guidelines of SEBI and Government of India. And of course, if they are right now at the ideation stage, we will help them create their idea. And of course, later on, the company is going to be formed, equity is going to be involved. So these are two parts. If you talk about infrastructure, we have best of best offices at the heart of the city mein situated at University of Delhi ka North Campus. We have support 24/7 support. We have mentors on our board. We are arranging boot camps. Today only one of our boot camps has started in South Campus. So I mean, I'll tell you, my startups WhatsApp me even in 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. in the night if they have any problem. So we are ready for from hand holding till whatever they want to do in the end.
That's fair enough. So we will surely contact you in future.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. It seems like a good opportunity for us. And I would like to request Professor P.K. Kapoor to please felicitate the chairs and the speakers for today's session. First, we have Professor Rekha Agarwal and our speaker, Dr. Abhishek Tandon, Dr. Dipti Mehrotra, and our speaker, Anuji Agarwal.
But one thing I am really happy is that I would also like to share that yes. I mean, I want him to be around forever.
Sir is actually, all these students are still remembering him. So this is a very.
There is not a single day we don't discuss about you and I. He must be doing it in his room. We do it ourselves.
But when he comes to our room, we discuss the common point. I was asked by my wife to go to a program because I told her that I will be back in the because I have to. He also started about that because he was.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to start our presentation session. So I would like to introduce our chair for this session, Dr. Sameer Anand. Dr. Sameer Anand is working as an associate professor in the Department of Operational Research, Faculty of Mathematical Sciences, University of Delhi. He is also holding the position of Joint Dean Academic Affairs, University of Delhi. Dr. Anand is MSc, MPhil, and PhD from the Department of Operational Research, Delhi University. And I would like to start with the paper presentations. So first we have the paper ID 6. The paper name is Wormhole Attack Detection in the IoT Networks using Cascaded Federated Deep Learning Framework. And the authors for this paper are Krishna Kumar Singh. And the mode of presentation is online. So I would like to ask if Krishna Kumar Singh is available. Mr. Krishna Kumar, are you there in the present?
Hello, good afternoon, sir. This is
Yeah.
Madhumita Mahapatra, and I'm
Yes,
the second author for this paper.
Yeah, you're ma'am
And
clearly
yeah.
audible. So I would like you to please share your screen and start the presentation. And I
Okay.
would bring this to your kind notice that you will be having around 4 minutes for your presentation, and after which you will be allocated 2 minutes for the queries. As please show your objective and results.
Okay, I just hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. You may start, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, sir. The paper was written by me and Dr. Krishna Kant Singh, sorry, Krishna Kant Singh. Actually, I'm quite nervous because 4 minutes I need to wind up my presentation. So the paper is basically related to wormhole attack detection in IoT networks. As all of we know about the wormhole attacks, it is actually between two malicious sensor nodes which create a tunnel and between them, and the tunnel is basically used to exchanging of packets that is a false communication. So detecting this wormhole attack is a difficult thing because whenever we are talking about wireless sensor networks where nodes are not exactly fixed devices. So in this case, it is a bit difficult to detect this kind of attacks. So basically, as first introduction, literature review, research methodology, and then resulted discussion. So not showing so much things. I'm just taking a second for the whatever techniques I have used in this paper. The various techniques for feature extraction, we include different types of features. We include just like temporal features like LSTM, that is LSTM and feed-forward neural networks (FFN) and statistical features we extracted using median, absolute deviation, and skewness. Database based features we extracted by packet rate, correlation based features through cross correlation analysis, and we extracted behavioral features relieving communication patterns and deviations from normal routines. So here we utilize a hybrid optimization strategy. Two types of strategies we mixed here, and that is directly comes from the ecosystem itself. So these are some literature reviews which we followed. Actually, we have followed around 25 papers, selected papers. From that, I have cited only recent papers, recent research papers from 2019 to 2023. After that, basically decentralized, as I already specified, decentralized threat detection is a challenge, and in the wireless system, wireless sensor network, it is the challenge is, more to detect wormholes, detect any type of attacks actually. The problem extend beyond wireless sensor network to include mobile ad hoc networks. So because absence of fixed node positions. Next, this is my proposed methodology. First, pre-processing, as we consider a data set from Google, it required some pre-processing. So first, we address missing data and we mitigate some outliers by using windsourcing. Then next step is our feature extraction, where we extracted temporal feature using LSTM and FFNN, and statistical features by mean variance, skewness, or MAD. Database-based features we extracted by packet rate and packet size distribution. Correlation-based features we extracted via cross-correlation. Behavior features by communication patterns and deviations from normal routines. So next was our feature selection. We selected the features by using the hybrid optimization approach, that is combining golden jackal optimization and tourniquet swan algorithm. Both are from our ecosystem. This is the whole structure of the working of the proposed model. First, the neural network architecture begins with an input layer, followed by conventional layer one, and then max pooling one for feature extraction. And after that, the conventional layer 2 and max pooling 2, enhancing hierarchical feature learning. The sequence then undergoes bidirectional LSTM layers. Then for temporal context understanding,
Excuse
a
me,
drop.
ma'am. I
Hello.
request you to wind up soon.
Yes, ma'am. So this is the whole architecture. This is the whole architecture for the proposed model. Next our result discussion. If I'm considering the total structure, we here use some algorithms and some assessment matrices. Assessment matrices are sensitivity, specificity, accuracy, precision, FPR and FNR, NPV, F measures, MCC. These are in recall. So according to that, I have made some graphs like comparison, specific sensitivity and specific, and between these algorithms, these models used. So these are the comparisons. Comparisons are there. And lastly, I found the proposed model is bit efficient as compared to these CNN, CNN and other some other methods. These are my references. All These are my references, although I have used many papers, but these papers are just I just said before, the recent papers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have
Thank
you
you,
used
sir.
any performance measure of your model?
Sir, actually, I have, yes, I have, but that is not included in my slide. I mean, performance measurement, I did that.
You have developed a model on the basis of your convolution neural network, in fact, the deep learning concept.
Yes, sir.
Have you used any performance measure, whether your model is good or bad? And if it is good, then how much it is good? No?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is actually good. And in initial slides, I skipped those part. Some result it is showing.
If you have not done, please do. That is our suggestion.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madhumita. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me opportunity to give the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Moving on to the next presenter, we have paper ID 71. The paper name is Graph-Based Semi-Supervised Learning for 3D Pose Estimation, and the authors are Ravikant Sharma and Raghav Kumar. Are you guys present?
Yes, we are present.
Yes, we are present.
Sir, I may request you to please share the screen and start your presentation. And I
Yes,
would
we will do the
request you to please directly come to your objective and then to your conclusion, because we are really short of time.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Presenter, who is going to present? Ravikant?
Yes, sir.
Ravikant, it's difficult for you to present in such a short span of time, but there is a lot of time constraint, so that's another challenge you have to face.
Okay, sir. So
Okay,
we
so
will see about that.
one thing we can do is we directly propose our methodology, what we do in the research or the model.
Exactly. We want to do show your work, what you are proposing.
Okay. So Ravi will do the proceeding for the proposed methodology, what we use in our project. So I introduce with the what is the project or what is the research. So
Raghav is going to start.
Yes.
I introduce toward the topic, and then Ravi will do the proceedings. Okay.
Okay, fine.
So,
go ahead.
Yes. So our topic is graph based. Our topic is graph-based
Semi-supervised
semi-supervised
learning.
learning for 3D pose estimation, right? So what we do in the pose estimation enables precise tracking of object or individual in real world space, offering immense potential across various domains such as human activity and robotics, augmented reality, etc. So the previous works include the end-to-end 3D pose estimation, in which we have the video. We directly convert into the 3D pose. Since the size of video is much larger, the performance get poorer. So in second related work, what we do is we first convert image to the 2D point, then to 3D key points. Okay. And the third one, which we also use in our model, is semi-supervised learning. What we do is we constrain some of the parameters like bond angle, bond length, so that the performance get even better. We use 3D pose from 2D key points and semi-supervised learning in together to generate our model, basically. So we use like LSTM to generate feature extractor, GNN as a relationship model, and neural network for our output model. The proposed methodology will be explained by the Ravi.
Good afternoon. So this is our proposed framework. First is our feature extraction module. We used n frames, that is 243 frames, and each frame consists of 17 different data points of human body joint. We use these 17 trajectories, and these trajectories are made using the n data points of these n frames. These trajectories are then passed into LSTM to extract the features based on the previous frames. After feature extraction, we pass this data extracted from the feature extractor into the GNN, that is the relational modeler. After In the next step, this relation model is passed into feed-forward layer, which predicts the output of the 3D pose. In the next slide, we have semi-supervised training, how we used in our project. So in the semi-supervised approach, we first calculate the 3D pose from the 2D pose given by Facebook's Detectron 2 model. Then we superimpose this 3D pose onto the input 2D pose to check the performance and calculate the loss functions. These loss functions will be explained by Raghav.
So there are three type of loss function we use in our project. The first one is the mean per joint position error, which is MPJP loss, which include the Euclidean distance between the predicted and the ground truth 3D position and is used for semi-supervised learning. As we mentioned the formula in this. The second one is the weighted mean per joint position error, which include as the subject moves from the frames, its trajectory get worse. So it's difficult to track its trajectory. So we assign some weight to them, which gives the importance of the joints to them. So this formula we use for the WMPJPE. And the third one is the bond length loss. Bond length loss is basically a soft constraint to align the mean bond length of unlabeled batch subject so that we can use the bond length and the angle between the different bonds. So we use that formula, and all the if we sum up all the loss, we get the desired loss function. We use loss function to compare our result with the result proposed earlier. Okay, so these are our data sets used. The first one is the human EVA1 data set, which contain 7 video sequence in which 4 are grayscale and 3 are colored. The second one is the human 3.6 million dataset, which contain 3.6 million images in which there are 17 different activities like talking, walking, photography, discussing, standing, smoking, sitting, etc. So these are the experimental results.
In this slide, we have performed 3 results. The first is on the human EVA1 dataset. This slide shows the result on human EVA1 dataset. The middle one is the is what our model outputted, and the right one is the ground truth, that what should be the actual output of the prediction. Next is the result on human EVA1 dataset, and finally this video, we made a custom video using a sample human model, and this is the output. The bottom one shows the output of our input video. We will show the video later on. This is the comparison result of our model on human EVA1 dataset. These results in the bottom is our method. This slide shows the comparison result on human 3.6M dataset based on different activities, 17 different activities like sitting, talking, walking, etc. Now, in our experiment, we use GNN, and so we have ignored the unused parameters in the neural networks. So our method has a flop count of approx half of what other method used. So we have a flop count of 17.59 million. Next is the limitations and conclusion, which will be explained by Raghav.
So since human 3.6 million dataset is prepared the indoor environment, the indoor activities without the sunlight and all, this stable camera. So this is the limitation of the dataset, that they do not cover the diversity and complexity of the images. The second one is the model does not consider the global orientation of camera. Like if we tilt the camera, the result might get affected due to it. The third one is the since our accuracy relies on the estimation of 2D pose from the input, it would introduce error. Since if 2D pose get error, the 3D pose will automatically incorporate with the errors. The next slide will conclude our results. So our results delivers a overview of 3D human pose estimation, spotlighting challenges and solution. So the future target address the accuracy of our model, which we compared with the different types of model, uh, and addressing sparse 3D pose dataset through unlabeled data utilization. Okay, the real-time deployment in human-computer interaction, augmented reality, and developing efficient and lightweight model for the constrained device is our practical application. So we can use this in various fields. So that's conclude our presentation. These are
These are the
these are
references.
the references. So now for now, Ravi will show our model and the video which will be displayed by it.
Excuse me, sir. I'd request you to wind up.
Okay.
One thing we want to say that Ravi and Raghav,
Yes,
the
sir.
the paper seems to be fine. Try to compare your result with the existing results and do some more literature. Although I
Okay,
think the proposed model and project proposed framework is good enough, right? Still try to compare with the existing, which is recently published in the journals, and so that you can compare. And how can you say that your result is better? Please do it accordingly.
So we have done that comparison in this table. This
Okay.
is
For
for
the
the
recent work, recent work.
okay, sir. Like these are papers from the 17, 18, and 19.
Okay. So
2017,
try
18,
to
19.
understand the recent work means just last year 23, 22, so that
Okay,
it's
sir.
easy
Okay.
for you to compare and say something about your proposed model. Thank
We
you.
will do it for sure.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to call upon our next presenter, paper ID 93, paper name, a novel differential privacy preserving technique for educational dataset. Authors Nisha Archana Singhal and Sunil Kumar Muttu. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
You have 4 minutes for your presentation, after which we have allocated 2 minutes for questions.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah. Good afternoon, all. My name is Nisha, and I am a research scholar in Department of Computer Science, University of Delhi. Today, I am going to present my paper, a novel differential privacy preserving technique for educational data set. In the last few years, there has been an increasing interest in the automatic analysis of educational data to enhance the learning experience. But for analysis purpose, we have to share the data with a third party. But before sharing that data to the third party, we have to apply some privacy measures to secure the data of the individuals who have participated in the database. So there are some existing privacy preserving techniques like k-anonymization and L-diversity, but they have some drawbacks like they are vulnerable to the homogeneity and background knowledge attack, and they also assumes about the adversary background knowledge of the individual's data. And for applying these techniques, we have to divide the data into the different set of attributes. So another popular privacy preserving technique is the differential privacy technique, which we have used in our proposed technique. In this, by using this technique, the data analyst can access the database and through the privacy preserving interface, and he can only do the statistical queries. By using the differential privacy interface, it can do the queries, and the interface will return it the noisy results, which will basically provide the privacy to the data of the individual. Before discussing the formal definition of differential privacy, there are two important concepts. First is the neighboring dataset, and second is the sensitivity of the query function. Neighboring, for applying the differential privacy, we have to create the neighboring data set. The two data sets are called the neighboring data set if they are distinguished by the one record. So by using the three methods, we can create the neighboring data set. We can add one record, we can delete one record, or we can modify one record. The second concept is the sensitivity of a query function. This is basically the maximum difference between the results of the query on the original data set and the neighboring data set. So for applying the differential privacy says that in this definition, A is the randomized algorithm or the disclosure control layer, which satisfies the epsilon differential privacy, and S is the result of the queries. The probability that A produce the output S on D1 and D2 is bounded by the e raised to power epsilon. Epsilon is the privacy parameter by which we can control the amount of the noise which we have to introduce in the result of the queries. The value of the epsilon is lies between the 0 and 1. And we for introducing the noise, we use the Laplace mechanism for calculating the amount of noise. We need the sensitivity and the epsilon, which is the privacy parameter. With the help of these two parameters, we find the Laplace noise, and we add that noise to the result of the queries. In the proposed approach, we basically follow the 5 steps. Firstly, we create the neighboring data set. Secondly, on the basis of the queries, we find the sensitivity of the query. And for every query, we find the Laplace noise for every parameter, every value of the privacy preserving parameter. And we suggest the optimized value, the best value for that, for the sensitivity of that query. And we add that much, and we calculate the Laplace noise for that privacy parameter, and we add that noise to the database. And after that, we apply the queries on both the data set, and we find out the average relative error, which basically
No,
calculates the.
Nisa, just a minute.
Yes, sir.
You're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about educational data sets. Which type of data you're talking about in education?
So in educational data set, we have used the 4,000 students record, like their grade, which is the sensitive information, their name, course name, and the books which they are using. Like this type of data set we have used. The various combinations of the subject which the students can take, and on the basis of that, we have created the synthetic data set.
What you want to infer from those data sets?
Sir, actually, we are basically working on the learning analytics, by which we can harvest the fruitful information. We basically want to reduce the failure rate of the student, and we want to increase the success rate of student by providing them on-time feedback. But for analysis purpose, we have to share that data, and before sharing that data, we want to
Okay, let
apply
us
some
suppose let us
privacy.
suppose, Nisa, let us suppose I am
Yes,
a
sir.
student and I am using 5 books. So,
Yes, sir.
what is your objective to understand? Whether I am doing let us suppose you have one attribute kind of thing, that is a particular book, that is a book of
Yes,
computer
sir.
system architecture. What
Yes, sir.
do you want to do? Basically, I want to understand the problem statement of the situation.
So actually, in this approach, we want to provide the privacy to the individual's data so that they will get the confidence to participate in the analysis, because many students does not want to participate because they have their sensitive information in the database. So for that, we want to provide that privacy to the data, to their data.
So your objective is not to basically analyze the data. Your objective is to give
Provide the private. Yeah, yes,
confidence
sir.
so that a student can give the data.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. So in the 5th step, we find the average relative error, which is basically the difference between the results of the neighboring data set and the original data set. And this is a flow diagram of the proposed approach. We have covered all the queries like the count, average, sum, max, min. These are the some results of the high sensitivity sensitive queries. And these are the results for the average relative error for every possible value of epsilon from 0 to 1. And we have also compared our result with the existing technique, which I've shown the improvement. And for the conclusion and future scope, differential privacy is not limited to the adversary background knowledge, and it can defend the much stronger attacks than the anonymization. And we have proposed the optimized value of the epsilon on the basis of the sensitivity of the query. And we have added the noise to the database, not to the result of the queries. So this is not the query dependent. And for the but in this process, it will increase the overhead. So for the future work, we are proposing we can propose a hybrid technique which basically combine the benefits of the best features of the existing technique to resolve the issues of existing techniques. And these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon our next presenter, paper ID 163, Integrating Different Color Spaces for Color and Contrast Correction in Underwater Images. Author Uzra Rahman. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You have 4 minutes for your presentation, after which you have allocated 2 minutes for questions.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am Uzra Rahman, a research scholar from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering in IIT Jamshedpur, and I'm here to present my paper entitled as Integrating Different Color Spaces for Color and Contrast Correction in Underwater Images under the supervision of Professor Dr. Dilip Kumar Yadav, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, NIT Jamshedpur. So moving on directly to my topic, actually. My research topic that actually deals with underwater image enhancement. So actually nowadays researchers are very much concerned about exploiting, studying and managing the ocean's resources. And for these many technical and scientific activities such as marine archaeology and underwater surveillance, a sharp, clear and a crisp underwater images are required that can offer significant information describing the aquatic world, and these images are mostly captured by autonomous underwater vehicles, which we refer to as AUVs, and remotely operated underwater vehicles. However, when talking about the underwater images, these are very difficult to analyze due to the light absorption and scattering effects that cause underwater images to degrade. And we are taking, as you can see here, we have taken some basic examples from publicly available dataset, that is RUIEB. Here are these raw underwater images. We can clearly see that these images are either yellowish or bluish or greenish in color and have haziness, or colors are completely disappeared, or objects are rarely visible in these images. So here for this paper, we are actually working on the two main challenges of underwater images, that are the color correction and the contrast correction of the image. The different other challenges in underwater images are poor visibility, color distortion, light attenuation, motion blur, backscatter, object distance and size. So keeping all these things in mind, when we are talking about the underwater images, that capturing images and videos there is a very challenging task, as the environment there possesses several unique challenges and due to the physical properties of water. When we talk about the light, depending upon the wavelength of the color spectrum, actually, the light intensity diminishes as it moves through water. That means if we are talking about the three main prominent colors that for our human eye, that are red, green and blue colors. So for the red, green and blue color, the longest wavelength is of the red color. The longest the wavelength, the first it would be to disappear under the water. So this is what actually is the property of water that acts in images, and it's very crucial. So taking, as time is very constant, I would skip to the literature survey part and I directly move to the proposed methodology, that is integrating different color spaces for color and contrast correction in underwater images. In this work, we are actually taking into consideration the two color spaces. The first one is the lab color space and the second one is the RGB color space. As I've told earlier, here we would be dealing with the two main challenges of underwater images. The first one is the color correction and the other one is the contrast correction. So for the contrast correction, we would be working on LAB color space, and for the color correction, we would be working on the RGB color space. We all very well know about the RGB color space, but to give a brief context of LAB color space, actually what it is basically it comprises of three main components. The first one, the L component, that refers to the illumination component and has the values ranging from 0 to 100, where 0 resembles a completely dark image and the 100 resembles completely white image. The other A and B are the color channels. A represents the chromaticity of green and red, and B represents the chromaticity of blue and yellow. So moving on to the architecture of my proposed methodology, a simple architecture is there. We have taken a original raw degraded underwater image. On one side, we are working in the LAB color space for the local contrast enhancement on L channel of the image and gain equalization on A and B channel of the image. From there, we achieve our contrast enhanced image, and on the other side, we are working with the RGB color space where we are working on the color neutralization part, and there we achieve our color enhanced image. Then these two color and contrast enhanced images, that are the intermediate images, are fused together as the weighted fusion with the ratio of 7:3.
Ma'am, I would like to request you to please come to your conclusion and objectives.
Okay, fine.
Just come to your conclusion, ma'am.
Okay. So I would just only go through a simple example that would explain my methodology in brief. So we have taken a normal raw underwater image. We have on working on the L channel. We have separated the L, A, and B channel. We have worked on the local contrast enhancement on the L channel and gain equalization on A and B channel. And then we have merged back together the L, A, and B channel and converted it back into RGB color space. Second one, for the color neutralization, this is what the result of color neutralization image looks like. Then the contrast enhanced image and the color enhanced image are merged together and we achieve this fused image. That is our final image. Moving on to the results, these are basic only. We have compared it with the recent state of art methods. They're the two basic ones, the ULAP and NUCE. And clearly we can see the difference between the original image and the proposed image, that our proposed methodology is giving a very sharp, clear, crisp, and visually pleasing results when compared to the other two state-of-the-art methods. Also, we can see here that the histograms of the image are well balanced and stretched for the all three color spaces. Talking about to support our qualitative results, these are the quantitative results in terms of three performance metrics, basically entropy, PCQI, that is the patch-based contrast quality index, and UIQM, that deals with the color contrast and sharpness of the image all together merged into one metric, that is UIQM. And here also our quantitative assessment actually is superior to the other two state-of-the-art methods, which support the qualitative results. Concludingly, the resulted image, as we can say, of the from the proposed methodology is very much clear, and that shows that the contrast of the image is enhanced and the color cast is effectively removed with the well-balanced and stretched histogram of all of the color channels. The presented qualitative and quantitative outcome tables provide strong support for the result assertion. So these are the references that I have used, and that's all. Thank you. I'm up for any questions.
No, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to call next presenter, paper ID 166, paper name Resource Allocation in Cloud Computing, Environment Status and Future Direction. Author is Sarita Kumari. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Good
Ma'am, your
afternoon, all.
voice is not in.
I'm Sarita Kumari, and I'm pursuing PhD from AIT Noida. And
Ma'am, you only have 4 minutes to present yourself.
okay, no problem. My topic is resource allocation in cloud computing environments, status and future direction. So as we know, cloud computing is one of the most significant technologies for providing business and IT services, and it can automatically provide end users with IT resources, and it includes computing resources, operating system platforms, and application software. And here are some concepts about cloud computing. So cloud computing, it is a model for enabling convenient on-demand network access to a shared pool of computing resources. And in that network, servers, storage, applications, and services, and that is to be rapidly provisioned and released with minimal management effort or service.
Sarita,
yes, sir.
Come to the resource allocation.
Okay, sir.
Don't come to the introductory parts.
Okay, okay, sir.
Allocation, what you are doing.
So resource allocation in cloud computing. We know like resource management, it is a core function of any man-made system, and it affects the three basic criteria for the evaluation of a system: performance, functionality, and cost. And an inefficient resource management has a direct negative effect on performance and cost, and an indirect effect on the functionality of a system. So in cloud computing, resource allocation is the process of assigning available resources to the needed cloud application over the internet, like memory, storage, power, and network bandwidth among different cloud users and applications. And cloud resources, it consists of physical and virtual resources. And these resources are shared across multiple compute resources through virtualizations and provisionings. And as we can see here, some cloud scheduling algorithm, and it has been means there has been various type of scheduling algorithm, and most of them in the cloud environment to suitable verification. So main advantage of job scheduling algorithm is to do performance computing and the base system throughput. So the ultimate goal of resource allocation in cloud computing is to like maximize the profit for cloud providers and to minimize the cost of cloud consumer. And so as we can see here, like scheduling plays an important role in resource allocation techniques. And here are some of the common algorithm for best effort applications. Like first one is round robin, then first come, first serve, then shortage of first, and priority algorithm. So as we know, like first come, first serve algorithm, job in the queue, which comes first is served. And this algorithm is simple and fast. And round robin algorithm, like it is one of the oldest, simplest, fairest, and most widely used scheduling algorithms, and designed especially for. Yes, sir.
You're talking about resource. Then we suggest you to go to some mathematical model, because you do not have at this point of time to the mathematical model, but yes, work on a mathematical model for the resource allocation. See,
Okay, sir.
presently you can come to the conclusion part at this point of time.
Okay, so sir, this paper mainly focuses techniques for resource allocation in cloud computing environment and identify the importance and need for resource allocation in cloud computing. And already we know like scheduling is considered as one of the most important tasks in cloud computing environment. And so in this paper, we have discussed problem and challenges that is addressed with the currently available resource allocation techniques. And here are some references that I have used for my paper.
Good. This topic is good. The
Yes, sir.
approach is good. Just you have to add some mathematical model.
Yeah, actually, sir, I'm working on cloud simulator, and
Good.
in that simulator, I'm trying to implement these various types of algorithms.
Talk to your sir and proceed further.
Okay, sir.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. Next presenter, paper ID 167. Paper name, a hybrid model combining depth-wise separable convolution and vision transformers for traffic sign classification under challenging weather conditions. Authors are Milind Vijay Parsal and Dhanya Pramod.
Yeah. Hello everyone. Is my screen visible?
Sir, your screen is not visible.
Okay. Is it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You have only 4 minutes to present.
Fair enough. So hello everyone. My aim is to create image classification model using the depth-wise separable convolution and vision transformers for the traffic sign classification in the adverse weather conditions. So these are some of the adverse conditions that we have considered when there is a dirty lens, when there is a rain, when there is a shadow on.
Come to your proposed model.
So
come to your proposed model.
Okay, so this is the architecture of the model wherein we take an input image, we run through a pair of depth-wise and point-wise convolution, and then we create a skip connection using the global average pooling, which is the average of the feature map. We sum them together and we repeat this for 3 times. And just to keep the intact of the initial input feature map, we are passing it again as a skip connection for the next set of blocks. and then we feed it to the vision transformers. And vision transformer, we have truncated the classification head, and instead we use a fully connected dense layer, which is 1024 size, and then we have 14 classes to create a classification layer. This is a vision transformer, which due to lack of time we won't go. This is the performance validation loss model and accuracy graphs, where around 25 epochs onwards the model converges, and then it really gets stagnant around after 35. Okay, these are the accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 scores for the various scenarios which we have captured. And as you can see, all of them are like 90 to between 85 to 95 ish. Okay, and then we have also compared, if we have to take only vision transformer versus if we take a hybrid model, what is the change that it brings to the training parameters, and what does it means to the validation and the training accuracy. So if you can see, the hybrid model has only 280K parameters, but the accuracy is the maximum here. We have also compared it with the CNN based model and the VIT based model with our model, and still we can see that the proposed model has the highest accuracy. We have also compared it with the recent proposed model, published model, and as compared to the recent model, our accuracy is still high. And that's another comparison that we have done. So yeah, in a nutshell, that is all we have done. So if we have any questions, queries, open for it.
Good presentation, Dhanya. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this is Milind Parse. Dhanya is my guide.
Oh, Dhanya is your guide, you are Milind.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. Thank you for all the chairs to be present. And I would like you to move to the lunch. And facilitation will be done after lunch.
Thank you.
ये कर लो। हाँ हाँ इन्होंने लिखवाया। Good afternoon. We are starting with parallel session 10. Here we have Dr. Priyanka Malik. Dr. Priyanka Malik, working as a faculty in Amity University since 2009. She has completed her master's in MBA and PhD from one of the renowned universities in India, Bharati Vidyapeeth. Dr. Priyanka has more than 21 years of litigious research and teaching experience. They are committed. So, so it is paper to me. Paper ID 175, Pratik Dheka, Understanding Workplace Dynamics, Stress, Resilience, Mental Well-being, Substance Abuse, and Computer Productivity Work Behavior.
Thank you. This is Pratik Dekar, and I'm from Amity International Business School. I'm a PhD scholar in the area of management and psychology. My guide is Dr. Gurinder Singh Ji, and this paper I've written with Gurinder Singh sir and Pranay Verma sir. This is a paper under work. The topic of the paper is understanding workplace dynamics, stress, resilience, mental well-being, substance abuse, and counterproductive work behavior. So, yeah. So the study looks at the relationship between stress, resilience. So this study looks at the relationship between stress, resilience, mental well-being, substance abuse, and counterproductive work behavior at workplace. And the study investigates the impact of stress, resilience, mental well-being, substance abuse on counterproductive work behavior. So a framework is hence developed with all these constructs, and this would be insightful and useful for tackling workplace difficulties and creating a healthy work environment. So the methods used, the constructs were analyzed using structured equation modeling and established scales like perceived stress scale, brief resilience scales, Warwick-Edinburgh mental well-being scale, KH questionnaire for substance abuse, and counterproductive work behavior scale from individual work performance questionnaires. 440, right. So these are the scales. Nothing has changed, sir. These are the scales. These were the scales which used. 445 employees were analyzed, and under structured equation modeling, composite reliability, average variable extracted, construct correlation matrix were all analyzed. Confirmatory factor analysis revealed significant p-value, and with regression analysis, the hypotheses were then accepted or rejected depending on the findings. So coming to the stats aspects, the demographic distribution is as shown in this picture. 50% were male, female, both. Marital status, 41% were married. Rest were, yes, few were divorced and few were widowed. Majority were highly educated. Master level above education was 66%. Bachelor level were 30%. Sample is 445, out of which 50%, I'm saying, 50% were male and 50% were female. Right. So this is a brief overview of the structured equation modeling, where the constructs and their different variables and the factors were analyzed and weighted accordingly. Yes, the final model comes out to be this: stress, resilience, mental well-being, substance abuse, which are the driving force for counterproductive work behavior, influencing counterproductive work behavior. Yes, how they are being influenced. So this is the final one, but I'll start with this since you are mentioning. So resilience is negatively influencing counterproductive work behavior. Resilience is negatively influencing stress. Resilience is positively influencing mental well-being. And talking about stress, stress is negatively influencing mental well-being. And it was thought that stress is influencing substance abuse, but as per the data found, it is not much relevant. Mental well-being is negatively influencing substance abuse and negatively influencing counterproductive work behavior. But substance abuse is positively influencing counterproductive work behavior. Total of 5 constructs. 4 driving forces influencing counterproductive work behavior. Yes, as per the result of SCM, as per the values found out, the regression values, the weights, and the hypothesis. This is, yes, RES. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. By using SCM graph, this was found. This is the SCM model. Yes, sir. Like in the red one, the stress is influencing substance abuse, but it is mentioned, it is marked red because it's not much relevant. But the ones which are in black, they are the relevant. So BR is the resilience, PS is stress, SA is substance abuse, MWB is the mental well-being, and CW is counterproductive work behavior. Right, sir. And as per the okay, sir. So as per the reliability and validity, it's 0.7 and above. So it is to be greater than 0.5. It came out to be 0.7. So reliability and validity test, it's valid, reliable and valid. As the model fitness test was also done. So it is less than 3, thus its model fitness comes under it. So CMIN by DF. The chi-square minimum, sir. Chi-square minimum and degrees of freedom. Yes, upon degree of freedom. Chi-square minimum upon degree of freedom, sir.
This is done for the fitness of the model, which has come out. Sir, right, sir. Yes. Okay. Right, sir. I'll further edit this with more detailed information for this value to be valid. So the conclusion is that these are the hypotheses which have been. The finding is that the stress and resilience have an influence on mental well-being, impacting substance misuse and counterproductive work behavior, with resilience reducing stress and unproductive work behavior. And substance abuse correlates with counterproductive work behavior. So that is the finding, the literal finding from the findings which we have got from the statistics. Yes, sir. हाँ जी सर, ये एक मॉडल फिटनेस था एंड प्लस फिर रिलायबिलिटी एंड वैलिडिटी टेस्ट में भी ये एवी वैल्यू जो होनी थी, दैट इज कन्वर्जन रिलायबिलिटी is greater than 0.5 as per the standard cutoff value 0.5. It came out to be 0.7. So reliability and validity tests conveys that it is a valid and reliable model. So as this paper was done with 3 authors and structured equation modeling, the software was used. I'll elaborate on the formula later on. Yes, yes. So we use. Right, sir. I missed out mentioning. So I'll update on the software. I've noted it down. I'll update the mentioning of the software. Okay. जी sir. Okay. हाँ जी sir. Yes, yes. हाँ जी. I'll verify and update you, sir. Sir, I've used it. So we are in a collaborative manner which we use. Sir, I'll verify and update you further on this thing. You are right, sir. I mean, you're right that I missed out mentioning the which softwares and which. ठीक है, sir. Okay, sir. I'll sit with you, sir, and further. Okay. No, I've taken your advice, sir. Sir, नहीं sir, my apologies, sir. सर सर वो मेरे को अंडरस्टैंडिंग में प्रॉब्लम, आई मीन माय फॉल्ट. राइट सर. हाँ नहीं सर, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट आपके एडवाइस से वो करेक्ट किया है पूरा, वो पूरा करेक्ट किया है. बट अभी आपने सर, आई इनकॉर्पोरेट दिस एस्पेक्ट जो आपने बताया कि पीएलएस अगर यूज किया या एमओस यूज किया, आई शुड हैव मेंशन्ड इट. या आई अंडरस्टैंड सर. So, so, I know. So requesting an opportunity to correct it later, sir. Okay, thank you. हाँ जी. Okay, sir. I've noted it down. So moving forward, ma'am. Right, ma'am.
Impacting work behavior a lot. This is a very old theory. What newness you are, please mention that out here.
Okay.
This is a very old phenomena, and a lot of change is going on in today's generation. So how you are changing, what unit you are bringing in that stress. So I think you should have that. This resilience and stress, these are very old concepts.
Right.
So how come you are
हाँ जी.
so, like how, what new point you're adding that should be there.
All
So
right.
you should focus on that approach there.
Right.
Focus on suggestion.
Okay, ma'am. But taking your suggestions, ma'am, and I. Yes. नहीं, I'll go further in detail, sir, about किससे आया, कहाँ से आया, which exactly things have been used. I'll understand the details. Yes. I have to be backed up with that. Right, sir. Done. We'll do that. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. I will do that. Guide is Gurinder, sir. I'll do that, sir. नहीं, sir, I'll take a guidance. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I'll thank you for this opportunity. Best wishes for the conference. Bye.
Next, we have paper ID 86, paper name Transportation Noise Pollution, Impact and Opportunities. Authors are Arunesh Kumar Singh and Shahida Khatun.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible
So
also.
my
So you
slides
have
are
only 5
visible.
minutes for your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. So my name is Khalid Amin, and I'm from Jamia Millia Islamia and pursuing MTech in Control and
Excuse me,
Instrumentation.
sir.
And
So
hello.
please, excuse me, sir. So please start your presentation on a presentation mode. So please press F5.
My screen visible? Hello. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's visible. You may start.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
So my name is Khalid Amin, and I'm pursuing MTech from Jamia Millia Islamia in Control and Instrumentation, and I'm working under the guidance of Dr. Arunesh Kumar Singh.
Excuse me, sir.
And my presentation topic is transportation noise pollution impacts and opportunities. So these are the contents of my slide, and now I will start with the introduction part. So as we all know that traffic noise is one of the major concerns in the most of the metro cities and urban areas. So due to the transportation noise, there are so many problems that are arising in the society, but we cannot completely eliminate transportation noise that is produced by the moving vehicles on the road, but we can use that noise into some useful electrical signals. So we can power up our circuits like the WSN networks, which is wireless sensor networks, and
Excuse me, sir.
wireless
Sorry to
sensor.
interrupt you.
Yes,
Excuse me, sir.
yes.
Sir, please press F5. Like put it on the slideshow, please.
I'm pressing F5.
And you're not clearly audible, sir.
I'm not. Okay, I'll reconnect my screen. Hello. Now I'm audible. Hello. Now am I
Sir, I
audible?
would like to request you to please fix your technical issues first. For the meanwhile, we are calling the next paper ID. So the next paper ID is 129. The paper name, a study of impact of perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use on attitude towards using mobile banking, gender moderated analysis of mobile banking adoption in India. The authors are Shruti Trambak and Meghna Sharma.
Okay.
Are you guys present?
Yes. Thank you so much. I'm just sharing my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my topic is a study of perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, and attitude towards mobile banking, a gender moderated analysis of mobile banking adoption in India. I am Dr. Shruti Trambak from James Kalkaji, and my co-author Dr. Meghna Sharma and Dr. Anju Shukla. So what I had done, I had used a TAM model, that technology accepted methodology model, and I had taken three variables, that is perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, attitude towards using mobile banking, and gender as a moderator. So what I had conducted a literature review So here I had bifurcated empirical research paper and conceptual and qualitative research paper on TAM model. So this is my research matlab literature review diagram. And apart from that, I had also, uh, collected from the year 2006, 2024 till a research paper on TAM model, which is visible. And, 2006 research was related to mobile banking, I'm talking. So these are the papers year wise. And apart from that, this is a TAM model in with respect to mobile banking. I had taken country wise studies also, because we need to identify the research gap. How many studies have been conducted, especially on mobile sector, and consisting of three variables and gender as a moderator, which is USP of this model, because very few studies had been conducted on gender as a moderator. So I had taken this also. So my objective is to study the impact of perceived usefulness on attitude towards mobile banking among Indians, to study the impact of perceived ease of use on attitude towards using mobile banking among Indians, to study gender, moderated the impact of perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use on attitude towards mobile banking among Indians. So on the basis of that objective, I had formulated the hypothesis. So these are the hypotheses which I had been formulated. And this is my conceptual model, conceptual framework, you can say, which you can, I had conceptualized from TAM model. And I had taken permission from David's as well, because because model had been, invented by him. That this is a conceptual framework and methodology. I had collected the primary data, in which I had found 355 questions were usable for us. These are the methodology which I had collected the data, and these are the demographic characteristics. What I had used here, I had used factor analysis and structure equation modeling as well. So in factor analysis, I had first used KMO Bartlett test, which itself showing a adequacy of sampling. The value should be minimum 0.7, and my value is 0.850, which is quite sample adequacy. You can say adequate sample showing. And these are the script plot, where the script plot represents how many factors had been, uh, had been developed from that data set. So there are three factors. These are the rotated component matrix, where I can use in my structure equation modeling to study the impact. So the value should be minimum 0.5, but my all the variables value is more than 0.5. So it signs a good, because model can be conceptualized. Okay. And this is the communalities values, which is showing PU and PUEO and attitude. And what I want to say here, I have not mentioned in my slide that structure equation modeling diagram, but this table itself signifying key model can be created, because otherwise this rotated component matrix would not be possible for structure equation modeling. So this is my conclusion. There is a significant positive relation between attitude towards using mobile banking and perceived usefulness. Perceived ease of use is a significant positive relation with attitude towards using mobile banking. Invariance moderation effect. What I had done, I had used in SCM, I had used invariant moderation effect, where I had bifurcated two groups, male and female, which it shows there is a slight moderation effect, not that much variant moderation effect of gender. So this is my conclusion from that my study, which is based on primary data. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned you did factor analysis. Where are the factors? You also draw the scree plot How many factors? You said 3 factors?
Yes, sir.
Where is that? Show me how many variables were there, attributes, whatever name you give in factor analysis.
Yes,
What
sir.
did
Earlier,
which software did you use for that? Finding the factors.
sir, I had used see TAM model is a very elaborative model. So
What is TAM
I had
model? I don't know. What is
yes,
TAM?
a technology acceptance model, sir.
Yeah, which is the technology? Then why are you doing factor analysis? If TM can do everything, why the factor analysis?
Sir, see, if
Where are
you
the factors? First thing I don't see.
factors,
There is
I
no
can
table.
show you the question answer. I can show you right
No, I
now.
don't. I want the results. What are the factor loadings?
Yeah, it is in the slides, sir. I can show you. This is the factor loading.
Yeah, कितने factors थे?
इसमें सर मैंने इसमें 6 क्वेश्चन लिए थे पीयू में तो इसमें 1 2 3 4 5 देयर आर 5 क्वेश्चन so it is 0.69 to 0.80 0.3 factors are there, sir.
3 factors only. Each factor contains some variables, attributes which are uh, dependent. For factor 1, how many variables it contains? It clubs several. You had 14, total was 14 or how many variables?
Sir, no, sir. In this, the first factor I had considered 6 questions. So one I had been eliminated because that factor loading value was 0.4.
Okay.
And
Then what
in
is
this, I had also taken PUEO 6 question. The 2 question I had removed because the factor loading was round about 0.499. So that's why I removed 2 question from that. Here, attitude, I had taken 5 questions, the 2 question I had removed. The same case was there. The factor loading was very less.
very less than why
Less
did
than
you?
0.5, sir.
No, the rest, you must show the factors.
Sorry, sir.
Sir is saying that show the factors on what basis you have removed it.
वो तो she
Okay,
said,
I can show you the sir on the basis of what I can right now I can show you on SPSS. Can I run that data?
we just want to know factor 1 contains what? 5, you remove 2 or?
Yes, remove one.
Sir, there is a perceived usefulness consists of 6 questions. So what I had run factor analysis in rotated component matrix when I was using P46, so that factor was showing in component 2. So that's why I had removed and run again. So it
No, now now you know how many units are there in each factor. After removing, factor 1 contains how many variables? How many?
how many questions?
Yeah.
5 questions in one.
Second one.
Okay, yes. And in the second variable, there are 4 question minimum. It should be 3 question. So in the attitude, I have 3 questions.
5, 3, 3.
So, no, 3 because sir, that component, that attitude questions, 2 questions were lying in component 1. That was creating a problem to create the model.
No, something creates a problem, you remove it.
Sir, minimum it
You have
should
to
be
find
3.
a solution or remove it. Either you may not have filled your question properly.
Sir, because maybe might be they were outliers. Because we generally ask the question of any variables around about 5 ways to ask one variable. So
Yeah,
that's why
then where is the testing of hypothesis?
yes, sir, testing the I have not incorporated my SCM model here, but hypothesis I had tested. I can show you, sir. That's a moment.
Testing of hypothesis, so many hypotheses you created, you defined. Hypothesis 1.
One hypothesis perceived usefulness positively related to attitude towards mobile banking among Indians, and second hypothesis was perceived ease. Sir, I'm audible.
What was the sample size of your study? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
What was the sample size of your study?
351.
How much? 350.
351.
351. How you have distinguished? How you have what region you have taken for the study?
Sorry, sir.
You have taken sample size of 350. So what region you have taken for the study?
Sir,
Faculty members only.
no, not faculty
ये
members.
क्वेश्चन पेपर जो आपने बनाया है, क्वेश्चनर जो बनाया है,
हाँ
ये कहाँ किस किस को दिया है आपने?
सर, मैंने अपने जितने भी पीजीडीएम स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको दिया है और फैकल्टी मेंबर्स को दिया है और कुछ स्टेक होल्डर्स जो हमारे बीओएसआर में है, गवर्निंग बॉडी में है, सारी को दिया है सर.
So have you done any hypothesis testing in this?
Yes, sir, I had done it. That's why I'm saying you ki hypothesis. I have not incorporated my SCM model. So if you will permit, I because
have you compared the result with some other testing effort?
yes, sir, I had compared with the literature review because most of the researcher found a positive association between these two variables like perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use
Mr.
with
Tripathi, Mr. Tripathi, it's okay. ठीक है. You please add, few things. One, your TAM model is not completed. Even TAM model is not complete, and you did not discuss the results of gender. How gender is actually impacting your all three variables. So you
Ma'am.
should add that, right?
Okay.
Please do that and make some whatsoever sir has told you. Make those changes in your PPT and then come up with the new paper.
Okay, no issue. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, ma'am. Moving ahead to the next presenter, we have paper ID 89. The paper name is E-Procurement in the Public Projects. The author are Rajat Saroha.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay, I'm sharing.
Okay.
Can you all see my PPT?
Sir, can you just put it on hold for 2 minutes?
The most popular. And number में से एक तो सही रहा ही होगा। After fan, at least one minute.
Resuming the session now. Paper ID 89, Mr. Rajat Saroha. You may start now.
So can you see my screen?
No, sir, it's not visible.
It's not visible.
Please share your screen.
Okay. Can you guys see it now? Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible. And your screen is also visible. You may start.
Okay. So may I start?
Sir, due to the time constraint, please try to complete it within 5 minutes. Just come directly to the objectives and conclusions.
Okay, okay.
Thank you so
So
much.
my topic is e-procurement in public projects. So earlier the traditional system was used, and now the e-system, that is an electronic system, is being used to procure the materials in the construction industry. So the system goes through 5 steps, namely project planning, project documentation, tendering, contract awarding, accounting, and auditing. So basic examples are the eGEM portal and the e-tender by the CPWD government and the government of India. They are state and center two sides to procure the material. And the need and scope will be the efficiency. It increases the efficiency of the procurement system, increases the transparency, and the vendor management is also really good through it because of the supply chain management softwares or the ERP system that is being used to interoperability, increase the interoperability between the different apps. So, and the main aim of the report is to show you the benefits of the e-procurement in the construction industry, in the national as well as the global level. The research methodology that was used was questionnaire survey that used both open-ended as well as closed-ended questions. And the target audience was the experts that are currently practicing in the industry that varied from 2 to more than 5 years. And out of 40 that I have sent the questionnaire to 40 people. Out of that only 70, 80 responses were received. And that is because of the fact that e-procurement is not widely used in the Indian construction industry. So there can be a research gap in this. And also the literature reviews were used by the international as well as the Indian PhD students. Now these are the statistics of the overall usability of the e-procurement system. And the usability, as we can see that maximum people have rated it 7 to 8. This shows that the overall usability rate is pretty good. And this is the designation of the people. It ranged from the assistant project manager to site engineer to trainee, project manager, everyone. And this shows the work experience of the people. And people sense that there is some problem with the procurement system, and the mostly it was customization and the configuration part. A few people also said the interoperability was also a factor in it. So as I said, the interoperability of the system is good with other systems, but only a few people said that it is not, because till 5 it is saying that it's not pretty good. And that can also be because of the company that is working is using an ERP system. That means the system which contains all the details of the employees of their company to interoperate with the supply chain systems. And there is a pretty good communication gap. And the system is the main reason of the system to be implemented in Indian construction industry was to remove the communication gap. But still, we can see that it has not done its job properly. And so it is clearly we can see that it needs to improve in that part. And this is the literature reviews of the governments of international systems. So moving on to the conclusion, basically the research needs to be done more, and it is not fully utilized by the Indian government. Or I should say the norms are not there to properly use the e-procurement system in the government, our Indian construction industry. So these needs to be implemented more. And the lack of training and the hesitation of the companies to use the system is being a main barrier in removing the traditional system. Because this system was to be implemented in Indian industry to remove the corruption and the vendor management and to improve the vendor management process. It did so by making the transparency of the system very good. And we can see for example, if a procurement has to be done by the construction company, earlier they used to do the favor to only one supplier. So the favoritism has to be removed, and this was done by this system. We can clearly see what each vendor is providing and the bids of each vendor. So no scope of corruption will be there in this. And overall system also showed us communication improvement, but not at that level. And the corruption is gradually decreasing, but still it has to be implemented in a more better way. So thank you all.
Mr. Rajat, can you please tell me what was your research methodology?
Ma'am, I sent questionnaire to
Yeah, but
explain.
on the basis of the questionnaire, you must have used some, methodology in the
Analysis tool or something.
Sorry?
Analysis tool you're asking.
Yeah.
Ma'am, actually the sample survey that I've received was very small. As
Yeah,
I thought.
but on what basis you have find out this conclusion? That's what I wanted to understand. Whenever there are now thematic analysis is being done, word cloud is being done. There are many.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And the word cloud software was used in which particular words that are being used by various I mean, the answers that I've received, after that, out of that interoperability and the customization and configuration word was mainly used by the people answering the questionnaire. So that's why I've written in this slide that the customization and
You
configuration is
just
the
have
main
made the
problem.
pie chart and graphs, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is the novelty in your research paper? What is the research gap which you have find out? And how many research paper you have studied for the review of literature?
But I studied 10 to 12, but they were not from India. Mainly the research gap is that Indian construction industry has not
Indian
adopted to the
context where
system.
there were no research paper?
And in Indian context there were, but very few.
Okay.
And the research that they were doing was very similar. There was no variation in their research.
So
And the main
how your research is varied, different from them? That's what I want to understand.
okay, ma'am, okay, ma'am. Actually, the research the papers that I'm getting from the sites or everywhere, they were pretty old, like 10, 12 years old. So after that, I cannot see many research papers being published for this particular thing. So my research can be, it is the latest version of what is happening in the e-procurement market in Indian construction industry. And the research gap is that the responses that I've received are very less. And the reason for that is the people are not having any experience in e-procurement system. That is because of the lack of implementation of the system in our industry. I sent many questionnaires and the answers received are very less. They are not trying to provide many answers because they don't have the knowledge of this.
Correct. So before moving ahead, you should, I think, try to aware the people first, right? And
Yes, ma'am.
your paper should be on the awareness.
Yes, on the awareness.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so very much, Mr. Rajat.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation, sir. Now moving ahead for the next paper ID, that is 138. The paper name is Financial Literacy and Financial Confidence Among Young Adults in India. And the authors are Astha Dave and Antara Soni. Sorry? Okay. You guys have presentation.
So good afternoon to everyone present over here. I am Antara Soni, and with me I have Dhruv Merchant. We are third year BBA students from Nirma University, Ahmedabad, and our paper title is Financial Literacy and Confidence Among Young Adults in India. Our co-authors are Astha Dave and Ved Bhatt. This is the agenda for the day. So introduction, literature review, research methodology, data analysis, results, and conclusion. This is all we're going to discuss. Starting with the introduction. So with the current environment that we have, the fast-paced global moving environment we have, we thought it was very necessary to understand the financial knowledge that people of our age, basically from 18 to 26 years have.
Please come to objectives directly. How many research paper you have studied for the review of literature? 25.
Yes.
Latest?
Yes.
What was the source of the research paper? Source.
Google Scholar, ResearchGate, Science Direct, JS2.
Okay.
And Scopus also.
Hmm.
Talking about the research methodology, so the sample collection, we took a sample size of 75 participants. It was a convenient sampling and it was acquired through Google Forms. Target population, as I mentioned, was between 18 to 26 years, and the questionnaire had two sections. One was financial literacy, financial behavior under family socialization situation. The other being the demographics. Over to Dhruv. Also, we took 18 to 26 years because it is the transitioning age from being students to working adults. That's why we took this sample.
We are very ambitious and we are going to make it in future.
Yeah,
So
we do that
yeah.
because based on that. And what is the research gap which you find out?
Yes, so research gap was that there is a significant in the age group, particularly 18 to 26 year, there were no research that how this transitioning phase moves. So this will be discussed in data analytics further. And financial confidence. We all are aware about financial literacy, but while few people, authors, and few paper termed about financial confidence. So that will be also explained in.
So financial confidence is your outcome, right?
Yes. So we have tested relationships.
So
between-
how like when you made the questionnaire, what was the base of making those questionnaire? You have taken the standardized scale, or you have made it by yourself?
Yes.
So being a student, first of all, always take a standardized scale.
Yes.
Because in your case, in your age, it is not possible for you to make the questions by yourself. And if you make the questionnaire, you need to do EFA, CF, factor analysis, which we were talking
Yes.
about in previous
So-
presentations. So always make a model. This is the suggestion from my side. Always make a model, always find out the gap, and then only you please use all these tests. Then only it is beneficial, right?
Yes, but little the thing is that we are third year BBA students.
No
so we
problem.
just came up with
Nowadays,
the research
students are very
method.
smart. Students are very smart. When we were in your age, we were not knowing anything, but today's generation knows many things.
Yes.
Right?
And ma'am, the thing is for that only reason we have used the crucial walls test because this is a non-parametric test and we haven't switched to ANOVA test. So we know that the limitations of this paper and all this. But so let's move further with data methodology.
Please come to the
Yes.
conclusion directly.
Ma'am, is it
No,
fine
I have
just
seen
1 or
it.
2
No,
minutes?
I've seen this. Don't worry. You please come to the conclusion.
Okay. So basically the thing is that
Because there is no hypothesis. When it comes to the hypothesis, I will be talking to the questionnaire.
yes, ma'am.
And I've already told you that your questionnaire is not valid.
Ma'am, we had used standardized scale. I can show you our questionnaire also.
Later on,
Wait.
please come to the conclusion.
Okay, so the basic conclusion, these were the box plots that we have
Okay.
regarding because the age group, in the age group, we have also divided in 3 subgroups and we have tried plotting the box plots. And in that also, this is the most important part and future research basis that we have find a weak positive correlation between the account balance and spending. When we spending decision, when we talk about in usual age group, this should be strongly correlated. But मजा तब आएगा मैम when we are negating this hypothesis because in this particular age group from 18 to 26 year, when we divide it into 2 sub age groups, we will see that these are weakly correlated. That will signify that today's generation of this particular age group 18 to 20 around is more on credit base.
Okay,
They are
what are the
using
factors you have considered in your questionnaire?
confidence.
Only
And
these 2 factors? And where is your ultimate outcome? Your
yes, we are going. So this was the one outcome that when we will move in upper age groups, the correlation between the account balance and spending decision will be increasing, will be strongly correlated. When we move more and more in the age group, because there is transitioning phase, there comes responsibility, and people became more financially aware and less financially confident.
Results, one of the major results is that gender also plays a significant role in the financial confidence. So So basically, males are more confident, financially confident when it comes to their financial planning.
But don't you think that male are spending more in comparison to female?
Yes, so this is यही मजा है मैम financial
यही मजा
confidence का.
कैसे है?
No, no, no.
Then
I'm
how
not.
come you are more confident?
No, ma'am. The thing is the financial confidence, because I also termed that credit-based thing is also one of the consideration. So it's not only that what we have in our bank balance, but it's also that how much confident you are using the amount which is on credit.
Okay. So have
So-
you did you consider credit card as well, or only
Yeah, we have
only the pocket money or their income?
in our questionnaire we have only also included that from what is your financial backing from yes ma'am.
what?
I would really suggest and would be really glad if you can see our questionnaire with
I will do that. Don't worry. After my, this session, I'll see that. First of all, my compliments to you that you guys came from, from long
Ahmedabad.
distance. And you took effort. So your institution have supported you financially. Okay. Okay. But when you came here, so this is my suggestion again. Always work on the model,
Yes,
right?
sure.
You must have seen in the previous questionnaire that people have used model.
Model.
Always try to find out the gap, because whatsoever variable you have taken and factors you have taken, they are very common. You yourself is not clear. And as in your age, please take standardized scale. Okay?
Sure.
Many studies have been done in these area.
Ma'am, but the gap, as I told that in this particular transition
Many,
phase,
many.
we-
My study was on the same topic.
Okay, same.
So it is
age
not
gap.
new. Many studies have been done. Many.
Sure,
Okay.
ma'am. We will work on it.
Yeah.
And we'll
And always try to take the paper from the scopus.com.
Yes.
Scopus Index Journal.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to call next presenter, paper ID 141, paper name, improvising handouts and transition process using iPass in inpatient services. Authors are S. Nitya Priya, A. Bhumadev, and K.C. Raju. Ma'am, your voice is not audible, and due to time constraint, you have only 5 minutes to present. Oh, your voice is still not audible, ma'am. Ma'am, we will move to the next presenter till your glitch solves. So our next presenter is paper ID 162. Paper name Designing Research Engine Data Driven Sustainable Customer Relationship Management Practices. Author is Ravneet Singh Bhandari and Sharad Khattar. You can close your screen. I would like to call next presenter, paper ID 162, paper name Designing Research Engine Data Driven Sustainable Customer Relationship Management Practices. Authors are Sharad Khattar. Okay, ma'am. Next presenter, paper ID 170, paper name Mindful at Work, a gateway to enhance job satisfaction in Indian service sector. Author name Garima Bansal.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen.
Okay. Due to time constraint, you have only 5 minutes to present.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Good evening, ma'am. A very good evening. This is Garima Bansal from Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, research scholar. And there are two authors, Professor B.K. Punya is my research supervisor. So may I start with my presentation?
Yes, please, you can start your presentation.
Okay. The topic is mindfulness at work, a gateway to enhance job satisfaction in the Indian service sector. The main challenges we face in this contemporary organizational setting, that is employee turnover rate, employee retention, dualistic behavior, job switches. And after reviewing this contemporary challenge, researcher explored the reason for such scenario, and it is found that job satisfaction is one of the prime reason for all these cues. Now, as we all very much know, job satisfaction is actually a feeling of contentment aroused by the work environment. So, job satisfaction enhances the employee well-being in the organization. In my research, when I found that job satisfaction is the main cause, there are two factors which affect the job satisfaction in the organizational setting. That mainly include the personality trait, mindset, or behavior of an individual at workplace, and that's our workplace mindfulness and PSP. Uh, because of the lacking of the time, I come to the main point that in my research, we basically propose a research model. There are three variables. There are pro-social service behavior, workplace mindfulness, and job satisfaction. Workplace mindfulness is actually the independent variable, and pro-social behavior is a mediating variable between workplace mindfulness and the job satisfaction. And as I considered before, employee well-being, it is basically for the implication I used when a job satisfaction of an employee is increased, it ultimately improves the employee well-being. So in our research model, these three variables are used. And the objective of my study is to study the impact of workplace mindfulness and job satisfaction with a specific focus on the mediating role played by the pro-social behavior. On the basis of this objective, four hypotheses are proposed. Number one is workplace mindfulness positively influence the pro-social behavior among service sector employee. Number second, workplace mindfulness positively influence job satisfaction among service sector employee. Pro-social behavior positively influence job satisfaction, and the PSP mediate the relationship between workplace and the job satisfaction. Now, one more important point I want to consider that there is a theory. The theory is actually the SART, the self-awareness, self-regulation, and self-transcendence theory, which is framework given by Vego and Silbswig 2012. Actually, in the research model I proposed, the research framework proposed in this study establishes a solid foundation for understanding the interplay of workplace mindfulness, PSB, and job satisfaction. Self-regulatory behavior have a prominent place in the in the popular self-help literature and academic literature in the domain. So, in this model, we leverage this SART framework and to explore the impact of workplace mindfulness on PSP. Now, this is the literature review. And the statistical tool we used, there are three tools we use: EFA to understand the structure of the set of variable. Number second is confirmatory factor analysis to assess the validity and reliability and fitness of hypothesis model. And number third, for validity construct, for measuring the validity, convergent and discriminant validity were examined using the method Frohnel and Larkin 1981 and STMT criteria using PLSM. Measurement of the instrument, three constructs are there: workplace mindfulness. For measuring the workplace mindfulness, statements were adopted from Zhang et al. 2023, 18-item scale is there. For PSP, 15-item scale is adopted from Bettencourt and Brown 1997, and from job satisfaction, 6-item scale is
Sorry
adopted
to
from
interrupt you,
Rayfield.
ma'am, but due to time constraint, please come to the conclusions.
Okay. The data is collected from Indian service sector. Indian service sector comprising the company, including banking and insurance, IT, and other service industries. 430 questions were distributed from June 2023 to November, and the responses rate is 75.11. 323 questions we received. And this is the demographic profile, sample profile, 4 factors, 4 demographic constructs we taken: gender, age, education, and work experience. And number first result of EFA. According to the EFA, KMO value is, which needed to be above 0.6. The EFA, while measuring the EFA, our data is our data validate. Our data is according to the EFA. To assess the common method biasness, according to the prevailing literature, the total variance explained by the single factor is less than 50, or the CMB of our data is less than 50. Constructs reliability and convergent validity. Cronbach alpha value of all the construct is 0.930, 0.926, and so on. Or RHOA value is 0.931, 0.926, and so on. Rakov RHO is known as a reliability range between 0 and 1. And as we can see, these all ranges are from 0.8. The threshold limit of RHOA is above 0.8. And the threshold limit of Cronbach alpha should be more than 0.7. As we can see,
Please
the
end with the final
threshold limit.
conclusion now.
Okay. These are the discriminant validities using Fornell and Darker criteria, STMT criteria, and these are the results of the structure model. We find on the basis of this, we find that hypothesis 1, the positive influence of workplace mindfulness on pro-social behavior support our first hypothesis. This result underscores the importance of cultivating mindfulness in the organization to foster a more collaborative work environment. Second, the positive association between workplace mindfulness and job satisfaction confirm our second hypothesis. This result suggests that employees who actively practice mindfulness are likely to experience higher level of job satisfaction. Our third hypothesis is also supported in indicating that pro-social behavior positively influence job satisfaction. This aligns with the notion that individuals who engage in voluntary action for the benefit of others experience higher job satisfaction. And last, it also it revealed that pro-social behavior significantly mediate the relationship between workplace mindfulness and job satisfaction. This mediation highlights the role of PSP as a mechanism through which mindfulness positively impacts job satisfaction. So there are the practical implication. The study hold valuable implication for organizational management and practices. It helped the organizational manager to incorporate the various mindfulness training program, recognizing and rewarding the pro-social behavior within organization. And manager should also encourage to actively promote this collaborative atmosphere so that employee get boosted up to engage in pro-social service behavior. And furthermore, these insights can also be designed to target for targeting intervention, incorporating mindfulness into employee development program, and ultimately this effort boosts the employee well-being in the organization. This is the future research action. The cross-sectional design impedes the establishment of causal relationship among variables. Thus, it is the requirement for the longitudinal investigations. Number second, the sample for the study primarily consisting of service sector employee in the India may limit general ability to other industry or cultural context. Number third, this study also focused predominantly on the positive aspect of workplace mindfulness and PSP, warranting exploration into potential negative consequences and contextual factors that may moderate this relationship. This is our references, and thank you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So what is the limitation of your research?
So limitation of my research is that हमारी research में basically we use the cross-sectional studies. We avoid to use the longitudinal studies. So for future references, we should emphasize on longitudinal measurements.
Okay.
And furthermore, sir, जो हमने अपनी स्टडी के लिए जो सैंपल लिया है वो बेसिकली सर्विस सेक्टर एम्प्लॉइज हैं, लेकिन देयर इज ऑल्सो अ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री, तो वी शुड कंसीडर दैट इंडस्ट्री, और वी कैन ऑल्सो टेक द डाइवर्स एंड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव सैंपल from culture perspective. And number third is that there may be the various potential negative consequences also there that should moderate this relationship. So we may focus on this moderating relationship for future references.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to call next presenter. Paper ID 117, paper name, Impact of Hospital Information System on Healthcare Service Delivery in Tertiary Care Teaching Hospital. Authors are Surya Nagvanshi, Bhuma Devi, and Pankaj Kumar.
Excuse me, am I audible now?
Oh, yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, okay.
And your paper ID is?
141.
Yes, ma'am. You can
Yeah.
present now.
Okay, fine. Just give me a second. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible and you are audible, and you have only 5 minutes to present your presentation.
Okay, fine. So a very good evening to one and all present here. This is Nitya Priya, and working as an assistant professor and part-time PhD scholar in Ramchandra Medical College in Chennai. So our topic is improving the hands-off and transition process in using a high-pass mechanism in inpatient services. So the hands-off and transition is a process whereby you could find that the handing over of the information of the patient from one particular nurse to the other nurse, when their shift gets over, the information gets exchanged. Due to hurry, there are so many chances that the information get missed out. And this IPAS is a mechanism that will prevent this medical errors and prevent the patient harm using all of this handing over process. So when we say IPAS, it is all about the illness severity, the patient's information, the awareness, contingency plan, and how it is received by the patients. The major objective of this study is to make sure that using this IPAS mechanism to introduce the medical error, to make sure the patient harm is reduced,
Come to your work.
and to have a standard.
Come to
Yes,
your work.
sorry, sir.
Come to your work.
Okay, so this is the objective and the problem statement. Why this IPAS is because of the medication error, and the conceptual framework is the patient data is being first used, and then it is the IPAS mechanism is implemented, and then it is used for reducing the medical error and prevent the patient harm. So these are the hypotheses that used for the study. There are no significant difference between the demographic data like experience, job role, gender, age, and with the rate of how it is being implemented with the medical error and the preventing the patient harm. And this implementation of IPAS has significantly proven that it is reducing the medication rate and also preventing the patient harm. So the methodology used is a normal descriptive method, and the stratified simple random sampling was used by knowing like which age group and which are the nurses with certain experience are practicing this. Both the physicians and nurses were participated in the study of around 120 of them, and the study was focused with the multi-speciality hospital, which is 500 bedded hospital. Coming to the descriptive analysis, it was observed in the experience that majority of the respondents were from the 1 to 5 years of experience, and the minimum was above 15 years, and the nurses were 63%, and the about the gender, the female respondents were more, like 51.9. And coming to the age, the majority of the people were 25 and 36 to 45, and the minimum was above 55, and they were all in the stage of training their low-level nurses on how to prevent the medication error. And based on the data that is collected, the t-test in Hanover has been done to see the mean variations and comparisons. So the overall table, we could see that the experiment with versus the reduction of the rate of medication error and the patient harm seems to have less than, the p-value was less than 0.05. It says that there is a significant difference between whatever the experience of the nurse and the physician. There is a chances that medical error will happen, and there are ways to implement this IPAS to prevent those errors and ultimately leading to reduction in the adverse events that are happening for the patients. The regression was done for the variables of rate of medical error and the patient prevention rate. So the IPAS implementation, the p-value suggested that it's less than 0.05 for both the variables, and says that it's a strong implementation and it has a strong influence on implementing this IPAS. The findings, overall findings, we found that there is no significant difference between the job, the gender, and then the age of the respondents, irrespective of the medical error and the prevention of the patient harm. But whereas at the same time, we could also observe that this IPAS implementation is strongly, it has reduced 10% of the medical error in each department. So the overall hospital, we could find that 60% of the medication errors were reduced when they were practicing this IPAS. The future implications or what we can do with the managerial expectations is that the managers need to explain the nurses and the physician what exactly the IPAS model is. It can be through a workshop or through organizing an online training module, whatever, as per the feasible time of the physicians. And the standard operating procedures need to be framed to make sure that this process is continuously improving. And this particular implementation of IPAS will never be satisfied just by providing the training, but also they require certain resources, the infrastructure facilities and the technology support. So for all this, they need to get an approval and make sure that this is not for a time being only for NABH or JCI accreditation time, but that should be a continuous process. And the overall, this IPAS mechanism also should have, on a monthly basis, the audit should be done. What percentage of medical error has been reduced after implementing this IPAS? So the whole of this is not just a implementation of a small process, it's a big cultural difference or cultural change. So this need to be overwhelmingly, the awareness need to be given among all the employees to make them feel empowered, to make them give a confidence that this could definitely reduce the medication error. And collaborate the parameters which this focuses on, the open communication, how this data of patient need to be standardized, how the feedback need to be consolidated. So overall, I could conclude that this study definitely helped us to know this implementing IPAS in hospital actually reduced the medication error, and the clinical and the nurses especially, they observed that after implementing IPAS, they were very much satisfied. At least the 40% of reduction in the medical error was also having a significant effect on the patient satisfaction level, and it was critically improved using this IPAS mechanism. So this is the study, sir. Thank you.
Can you tell me which software you have used for your finding?
Sir, SPSS, sir. A general SPSS for data analyzing.
So you have not mentioned, no? So kindly mention this also.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
paper ID 86. Are you present?
Yes.
Oh, you can present your paper now.
Okay.
Yes, you have only 5 minutes.
Yes. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you're audible and your screen is present.
My voice is breaking.
No.
So you start with the where you have it is dropped. Okay. So you start
Hello.
from where it is dropped. So come to your
Okay, sir. I'll start my present.
come to your
Yes, sir. I'm
your proposed method and come to your that slide. Proposed
sir,
method.
this is the proposed circuit which will convert noise into an electrical signal, and that electrical signal will be used to charge the sensor nodes and illuminating LEDs for the blind spot. And we can also use it for different applications which will power up microelectronic and microelectronic devices, MEMS system as well. So this is the circuit. The different thing that we did in this circuit from the other researchers is they are using capacitive, they are using piezoelectric materials. So we have used acoustic transducer in this circuit. As you can see, the equivalent circuit of acoustic transducer, which is loudspeaker and a microphone in our case. So we are using microphone array and loudspeaker to get the noise from the environment. As we all know that energy can neither be created nor be destroyed. It will remain in the environment and will get dissipated after a time. So what we are doing, we are harnessing energy, noise energy, which is go in waste. So we are getting that noise energy through the microphones and through the loudspeakers. When the how it will work when noise is when someone will honk horn in the on the road. So what will happen is it will vibrate, it will travel through the propagation of the waves, sound waves, towards the speaker, and the diaphragm of that speaker will move, which is mounted over the coil. So that inductive coil will move in the presence of the magnetic field and will produce EMF. And that EMF is given to this
Okay, come to
bridgeless
your
boost converter.
experimental work. Come to your experimental work.
Okay. Here we have fed this highway noise to the circuit, our bridgeless boost converter circuit, and we got this result 60 millivolt 60 millivolt we have got from that circuit. And this is the railway noise that we have analyzed through this circuit. And this is the rocket launch pad noise that was created due to the launch pad and other activities going on that launch pad. So these are the simulation results of our circuit. So we are at highway traffic, as we all know that the energy is the noise input of noise will get vary time to time. So that's why voltage will also get vary time to time. So we are getting 70 to 75 dB. When noise is 70 to 75 dB, we will get output of 30 to 50 millivolts. And the frequency of that noise is 100 to 1000 hertz. And output power that was generated by this circuit is 120 microwatt. So we have similarly we have also did this this cycle too for the different sources like railway tracks, aircraft launch pads, market activities, and factory machines. So this is our proposed work, and these are the references. And in further, we will use this noise this bridgeless boost converter circuit for the LED for blind spots. When person is crossing from the blind spots, when he'll honk the horn of the bike, then there is a circuit which is placed in front of the blind spot, and it will when he'll honk his horn, then that circuit will immediately convert that noise into an electrical signal and generate a signal to the person who is coming from the other side.
Okay,
So we can use this.
Speak.
We can use this untapped and unharnessed traffic noise energy as an opportunity to generate electricity. Otherwise, all that energy goes to waste and dissipate in the atmosphere. So this is my proposed circuit, and we are basically working on caustic transducers and bridgeless boost converters.
So what is the limitation of your work?
So although we all know that the amount of voltage produced by these circuits are very less, So we have to use a large number of acoustic transducers. That is the limitation of my circuit. We have to use 50 to 100 microphones arrays, and we have to place them all of them on the road. So after that, we'll generate a certain amount of voltage from that circuit, like 10 to 12 volts.
Thank you for your presentation. You can remove your screen now. So now I would like to conclude the session, and thank you all present online and offline. The session for now has been end, and facilitation will be done after the high tea.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, I'm Neha. So my session is started by 4:15. What is the status?
Ma'am, it will be starting shortly.
Within 10-15 minutes, or it will take
Yes,
more
ma'am.
time?
10-15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the. Ma'am, they're online, ma'am. Yeah, no. There are offline also, but we'll check out are they coming or not. First, we have it in sequence, na. So there are online ones first. Yeah, they'll come. Yeah, exactly. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the evening session. I would like to welcome our chair for this session, who is Dr. Archana Singh. Dr. Archana Singh, having experience of more than 20 years in the academic and IT industry. Presently, she is working as a professor and head of Department of Artificial Intelligence, Amity University, Noida. Her research area interests include data sciences, deep learning algorithms, AI, image processing, AR, VR, cognitive sciences, ICT, business intelligence, etc. Dr. Singh has reviewed many articles in the international journals and conferences and is a regular reviewer of the International Journal of Retail and Consumer Services and has recognized for the same. She has extensively contributed to several IT meets, panel discussions, and faculty development programs. She is NPTEL certified in many courses related to data sciences. She is lifelong member of IETE New Delhi, and she has been guiding many engineering graduates, postgraduates, and PhD scholars. We welcome you, ma'am. And I would like to call the presenters of the session. So moving on with the paper ID 5, the paper name is an AI-powered emotion recognition system, and the authors are Faraz Hassan and Lakshay Arora. Are you guys present? Faraz Hassan?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening, good evening.
So you may please share your screen and start your
Yes,
presentation.
just a
And
second.
I would
just
like
a
to
second.
request you to please conclude your presentation. Please conclude your session within 6 minutes, and 2 minutes will be given for your question answer round.
Okay, just a second.
Thank you so much. You may share your screen now.
Is my screen visible?
No, your screen, yeah, it is visible.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, it is visible. You may just put it on slideshow and you can start your presentation.
Yeah, just a second.
No problem.
Yeah. So good evening to everyone present here today. I am here before you all to present a subject that marries the human intelligence with AI. That is our project, which is an AI-powered emotion recognition system. I am Faraz Hassan and I am the presenter today. So our journey began with a simple observation that the negligence and lack of awareness about mental health, which led to significant increase in mental health cases. So we are creating a software that not only judges your emotions, but also responds accordingly. So our software uses a web-based system that uses the device's webcam in order to just grasp your emotions and will redirect it accordingly. So in that we have used two data set. One is CK plus and second one is FER 2013, which is having 593 video sequences, and FER 2013 having 28,000 plus images. Then the anatomy of our emotion recognition system consists of two main things. The first one is system components overview, which is the first one is webcam based emotion detection and chatbot interaction. We are not only working on just the facial expressions, we are also working on chatbot interaction as well. So it will judge both with the help of chatbot by giving some predefined questions, and webcam is already there. The technological stack which we are using for front-end development, we are using HTML, CSS, JavaScript. For Flask, we are using for integration, and emotion detection model. We have different things like different libraries like TensorFlow and PyTorch. Also, we have OpenCV for real-time video processing and BotPress for chatbot. Then we have the workflow. The workflow for the emotion recognition system consists of two main components. First one is user interaction. Second one is the backend processing. Now, initially users land on a page where they grant webcam access to the device, allowing the system to capture their facial expressions. A chatbot then interact with user based on their emotional state, redirecting them to content matching their mood. For example, if you are sad, then it will redirect you to some mood lightening activities. And if you are angry, it will redirect you to some meditation based activities. Then in backend process, we have the capturing and pre-processing of the web data. Then comes our methodological approach. First of all, we selected our technology, which is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for front-end development, TensorFlow and PyChart for emotion detection, and OpenCV for video processing, with implementation of CNN model for emotion recognition. And the chatbot development, we use BotPress, as I told you. The main part of our software is the content redirection strategy. For example, that if you are having a particular mood, for example, I'm happy or I'm sad, then what will you do? That too, I also know that I am happy or sad. So that's when our software comes into play. It will redirect you to different mood lighting activities, as I have mentioned earlier. Also, we plan to collaborate with some mental health professionals in the upcoming future to enhance the user experience. And also, we are planning to implement a weekly progress report, like is in this week you have 7 days, like you have seen the screen time. Like that, you can also see that these days we have this type of emotion, and the weekly average is that and monthly average is that, so that you can assess it in a better manner. Then this is the accuracy of our model. We have achieved approximately 91% accuracy with the precision, recall, and F1 scores decent in all the classes. Then this is the result of our model. It is able to detect no face and multiple emotions as well, and single emotions also it is detecting. Then the future directions, first of all, is the continuous improvement in the model accuracy, which we are doing and will be doing. Then web app creation for personalized experience, so that you can have your personalized homepage and etc., along with the chatbot integration, and with expansion along with the collaboration with some mental health professionals, and expanding its expanding its usage to different industries as well. Thank you and have a nice day. That's all from my side.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just have a few questions. Like
Yes,
how,
ma'am.
so when you are saying, let's say if I'm writing a text, okay, what is my emotion in okay?
Ma'am, it doesn't work like that. It is basically a set of predefined questions for which you have to give multiple words answer, not just okay. So
But
that's how it
see,
works.
since if you're working for mentally challenged person or something like
Yeah.
that, then in that case, I don't think so they are able to write so many texts together. And
Yes, ma'am.
so their model has to be multimodal, right? Where you
Yes.
have
Yes,
to
ma'am.
look into various modalities
Mhm.
to, classify with the emotion.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you think the novelty in your work? Because this work has already been done by so many researchers already. So what is the new thing that you're gonna give to the research community?
A new thing is the redirection possibility that I just told, that it will redirect you to some if you are sad, then mood lightening activities and etc.,
Firstly, the
etc.,
detection of
depending.
your firstly the detection of emotion itself is a challenge. It's not that
Yes.
easy. Uh,
Yes.
because there is something with sarcasm, like okay, if like there is a meeting, the boss is saying there is a meeting. Am I okay? Okay, yeah. However, I'm writing okay, yeah, but actually I'm not happy to be there.
But it doesn't work on just a single question. It works on a set of questions which will have 10 to 15 sets. So I think it will be able to detect those with the help of
Oh,
text. And
okay. You just
yeah,
okay. What kind of data set? What is the input data set that you have taken?
input data set is for now we have taken CK plus for video processing and FER 2013 for image processing.
Okay, okay. I think just look into the work again, and then you will come to know. See, these are all already classified data sets. So you already know
Yes,
the
ma'am.
emotions, everything. But
Yes,
in,
ma'am.
when you will be into this prompt engineering, or when you are, since it's a chatbot, so when you will ask somebody to put some input, then I don't, matlab, like, it's a challenge to detect
Yes,
the
ma'am. It's a
intent.
challenge, but definitely we'll conquer it. It's still in the starting phase. We have implemented the model, but the chatbot is still in the making phase, and we'll definitely make it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can we move on to the next presentation?
Next, we have paper ID 62. Paper name Artificial Intelligence Based System for Sustainable Education. Authors are Ajay Kumar Sharma and Vijay Kumar. Sorry, Professor Vijay Kumar.
Which one? This artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Give me a second. I need to put it on. Sir, you may start. All the best. How much?
Good evening, ma'am. So may I start? Yeah, thank you. So hello everyone. So I'm Ajay Kumar Sharma and I'm pursuing a PhD from the JNU under the supervision of the Professor T.V. Vijay Kumar sir. So my topic is the artificial intelligence based system for the sustainable education. Right. So basically, these are the outlines which I have mentioned in my presentation and will be covered up in my papers work also. So sustainable development education is stand for the when we are going to see the students who are getting admissions in the universities, in the schools. So a lot of the students, they are not going to complete their education with the time duration, right? So what is happening? They are going to drop out from the schools, universities, and the career of them is going to be destroyed. So education is a fundamental human right, which is the prime pillar for the human beings and social and economical and societal development. So education aims to develop the knowledge and critical thinking. So when we are able to learn, we are learning a lot of things. So education makes our mental ability little bit higher, so that we can think, we can decide, we can make a creativity using our knowledge. So education sector, which is going to be perform a lot of operations for the peoples. So in India, roughly the half of the country population is below at the age of 25, which is going to be served as in education. And education structure is transformed by the technology, where the AI is very crucial, important role performing. So increase the accessibility of the education to the students. So this is a report which I have mentioned here. Sorry. So this is a report of a US-based organization, which is a completing college. This article is presenting like there's a green line is showing that from the 2015 onwards, there is no such development of the education. The students are not going to complete their education. So a lot of problem they are notified about these things. So according to the report, there's a lot of dropouts because only these percent of people are going to complete their education. Rest of them are dropouts. So approximately millions of people are facing these issues. Right, 62.2% is a final percentile percent-based record, which is identified as a 6 year not completing, only completing their academics and education. Now later on, which I'm going to say that AI performed the biggest role because we can cover up a lot of things in automation and all. So in a sustainable education system, also AI is performing a lot of because prediction, data analytics, and a lot of things AI going to perform in a day by day. Even the academics, organization, faculties, students and instructors, educators, everybody is going to get benefit from the AI when we are talking about. So even in India, the AI basically focuses on these areas, and I'm going to focus on the education part only. So healthcare, education, agriculture, smart cities infrastructure, and transportation. So these are the literature reviews what I had done, and in these literature reviews, a lot of work had done still, but a lot of work is pending, which we can cover up in the future work also. So the thing is that the data set they use identify some of the research papers they are using the concept of advisory notes, and they are picking up some words from there and going to perform the sentimental analytics. Some of them I'm using some group some other statistical based variables, some other static data, so they can predicting different things. Even they are going to perform different models, but still the problem is a lot with the things. So these are the papers, and I had already mentioned that these are the data sets are used in some different papers and by the different authors. So the major things that I found is that most of the papers don't have mentioned the data acquisition process, how the data is captured. We are not sure about the data is captured is authentic or what. But because the organizations, the researchers are getting the data from the universities and the institutions, but directly processing it. They don't have an idea how they captured it. So these are the problems. These data sets are not authenticated, might be they are not openly accessible. Less number of data sets are available, even not global data sets like we already, most of the people are know that Irish data set is a globally identified and the English data set is available. So a lot of things are happening where data sets are not clear. So in India, elementary education level, which is the 70%, but a 1/3 a student drops out without completing their 8th standard. This is a problem. And the retention rate of the secondary level dropped to as well as 57%. Even they are not even to qualify their 10th examination form. So unfortunately, retention rate is very low in our education system. So in the research challenges in the sustainable development is where the data is lacking, lack of appropriate quantitative research, and on top of the traditional classrooms. Some of them are going to use the online modes also. They have introduced, but still that there's no so much improvement in the retention of the students. So a lot of things are performed when the things are universities, community colleges, where the education may be different. The data sets are not able to available in a specific format, so that we can apply those things in a different organizations and different institutions. This is also one of the problems. So these are the gaps which I found here, and even the administrations and other are able not able to make a global policy creation. So it will also help by the AI, so they can make the policies. So these are the opportunities, but I found where we can work on that. So expanding the analysis to a diverse data set, so we can expand the data set, we can create a global or big data sets. Privacy protection for the data, because we are working on the data of the students. So privacy is one of the most important concern we have to be take care of. And the scalable solution we should be provide to the system so that we can make things effective. Feature selection we have to implement. So how much data, what kind of properties, attributes we have to use, variables we have to use to perform our prediction work by the AI and all. So and let me come to the conclusion part. Like so, as per my understanding, the conclusion will be that the AI can give a big hand to the educator, so they can personalize the learning experience. They can modify the assignments. They can design the curriculums and a lot of things which can change the life of the students. And key determinant features, we can find the features also which can reduce the problem of the dropouts. So student dropout prediction performed on the combined data set of the student demographic and academic information. And the exploration of the method of effectively integrated textual and non-textual information for the improved multimodal learning in the dropout prediction task. And the sentiment analysis also one of the what I had discussed already, like they are getting a words and analyzing those things to perform the whose student may be dropout in future or recently. So these are the references which I had followed and learned about these things. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Ajay, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ajay, this seems to be a review paper.
Yes, ma'am.
How many papers have you studied?
Approx 7, 8.
7, 8.
Till now, a lot of papers already I have covered, but major papers I have mentioned.
Okay, you have already read those reports,
Yeah.
right? So what do you think is the most challenging way, like how you're gonna have this sustainable education?
Ma'am, the major thing what I found.
Challenge, just talk about the challenge.
Uh,
You have mentioned so many challenges.
Yes, ma'am.
Out of those challenges, which is the most significant or the crucial, like the challenge, what do you feel?
Ma'am, the most important thing, the if student is going to be get pressurized under the education pressure and the economical, these two things which I am focused, because if a student is not able to getting a financial support from their family, so definitely somewhere it will be lack of his education or her education.
Nowadays, a lot of online free courses are available.
Ma'am, still the faculty interaction is required every time. Nothing can replace the faculty.
Nothing can replace the faculty. Okay, and I give you another challenge.
Yes, ma'am.
Just think about a system which is a highly AI powered and beautifully, like it is been developed and very, very conversant.
Okay.
Okay. But to engage a student in that conversant environment itself is a challenge. How you would see, what do you, generally, what I have seen, like you enroll for so many courses, but
Yes, ma'am.
to engage yourself on that screen time or in that classroom actively itself is a challenge.
Yeah, it's a challenge, man. But
So
even the
take the challenge to Dr. Vijay sir and discuss. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, can I answer for this one?
Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
sure.
So, as per my experience, I had developed some idea for myself
Okay.
when I was teaching my students. So I was discussing they were facing some issues. What is the binary search? How the bubble sort is working? How the selection sort is working? So I developed the one small project which is based on a Python and GUI. So T-Thinker library I have used, and I just made the bars of the things, means 1 to 100. I made the bars of the numbers and arranging these bars. So now if students are able to understand how these things bars are moving as per the algorithm.
This is what I'm saying. Let's say you have made a wonderful system, like using a lot of animations.
Okay.
Okay, video content is amazing, right? There is no content is amazing. We are taking this as a hypothesis already.
Okay.
My hypothesis is this.
Okay.
The question is how to student engagement in that AI powered model itself is a big challenge.
Now if everything
Now you
is
think about those
Yeah,
indicators, and thank you so very much.
Thank you
because
so much.
I need to take up the another presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask a question? This is Dr. Anamika this side.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please. Thank you, ma'am.
So firstly, very good work. I think AI-based system for sustainable education is something that we are looking forward to. And I liked it, but the only thing I think is missing is that we cannot take it as a research paper as of now. It was more of a case study according to me. Am I right?
Ma'am, actually the thing is on process. I'm working on it, but
Yeah.
it's in process. It will come very soon. I will develop this thing as a paper, and I have some idea to work on that.
Okay. So last quick question,
Yes, ma'am.
if you can answer it. So what do you think are the potential bias in this AI-based system for sustainable education, and how you can mitigate these biases?
Ma'am, what the things what I had in my primary thinking, like the data capturing can be one of the biasness can be generated.
Okay.
So we have to consider that area. If the
Correct.
data is can be monitored, that it is
Correct.
clear or not.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like you have mentioned, the class imbalance problem.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is to be addressed. And data acquisition is one of the lack that you have mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
So I see there. I don't know the papers that you have read, but no research is actually completed without the primary and secondary data together. I don't like primary data means like you need to have that questionnaire, you need to go one to one, you need to ask, you need to collect that data.
Kind of survey.
It's very important.
Yes, ma'am.
So you like I would suggest when I no one to suggest because you have my group there. So
No,
go ahead.
please. You are also faculty for me. Don't, that's no problem. Thank you.
Okay, please, can we have the next present?
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to call paper ID 95, Artificial Intelligence-Based Systems for Combating Communicable Diseases. Author Saurav.
Hello everyone, I'm Saurav, currently pursuing my PhD under the supervision of Professor T.V. Vijay Kumar, and the topic of my presentation is Artificial Intelligence-Based System for Combating Communicable Diseases. The outline of the presentation is as follows, and let's head towards the introduction part. The world faces an ever-evolving landscape of communicable disease posing significant threats to global health and well-being. These diseases demand innovative solutions to mitigate the disease, their impact. The spread of these diseases and infection may cause global pandemics such as SARS, MERS, Zika virus, Ebola outbreak, and COVID-19. Artificial intelligence emerges as a powerful tool for combating communicable diseases. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, from ancient world to 21st century, the world has seen, yes. Basically, this is a review study, and I have read around 30 to 35 papers. Yeah, the challenges are basically the data acquisition techniques are not mentioned, and data quality and assurance. Uh, Data quality and assurance is not given, and
Like if I take the example of Corona, like
yes,
during Corona, you can have good data from the hospitals.
but like how we can get that data?
How you can, as a but like as a researcher, you are saying, or the scientist you are saying?
As a researcher, ma'am. As a researcher, and
So there is a lot of data on Kaggle, on various websites, which
ma'am,
are
but COVID-19 data is present, but I'm
even SARS data is present. Even the diseases that you have mentioned, Ebola is not new to us.
but ma'am, majorly the studies have not been happened.
No, I agree to disagree. But I think, or you talk about other challenges.
Yes. Ma'am, basically, if we apply deep learning and machine learning in these data sets that are numerical and non-numerical data sets of communicable disease, it can take high computational time. So this is also a shortcoming. And certain and data bias. if AI models applied to if AI models are applied to the data sets, it can it can basically learn the previous data sets, and AI models can inherit and amplify biases present in the data they are trained on, leading to discriminative outcomes for certain demographics, because it cannot be generalized. Like
See, every disease actually it comes with a region. Like if
Yes,
you will talk about AIDS and other diseases, they are however not communicable,
yes,
right? But like Ebola, it was Zika. There are particularly mentioned some continent. So according to their socio-economic or demographic or the kind of behavior they are into, then the disease is classified as a disease, right?
yes, ma'am.
So I think
Ma'am, social and
Saurav, na, right? Saurav, you need to study more, like.
Okay.
And when you are mentioning that AI is coming out giving us a lot of biased data, then AI is also giving us a lot of large language models and others.
That I will talk in the opportunities part.
So AI is giving an opportunity also
Yeah.
to have better
Because
classification.
it can help us in dealing with the vast amount of
Vast
data
amount
that
of data.
healthcare is providing.
So it is not learning from the data which is already there or bias. Those were the previous machine learning or AI learned.
And ma'am, certain
techniques.
social and ethical concerns are not taken while taking these data sets, because
That
we
how
have
do
to,
you know? See, you should whenever you're saying something, you should have that justification.
because if we are dealing with the sensitive data of someone's health, social and ethical concerns need to be appropriately
Your
measured.
privacy, you're talking about
Yes,
privacy.
about
Okay. Yeah, you can. Yeah, that is another thing
And
that you
ma'am,
can address.
by using AI, there will be a chance of overfitting and generalizability.
That's a very common thing.
And-
Okay, thank you, Saurav. I think, Hannah, because I'm done with your presentation.
Okay.
I got the idea like what you are into. It's a good work, but I think you need to figure it out a little more in detail. Hannah, thank you.
Saurabh, I have a question. May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so according to you, what are the most effective AI algorithms and techniques for early detection of communicable diseases?
Ma'am, we can use supervised machine learning like SVM, like आपका deep learning algorithms like VGG16, VGG19 to detect COVID-19 from CT scans. And certain studies have also been performed where ResNet and VGG16, VGG19 are being compared with each other, and other and these model can be assembled. Yes, ma'am. And basically, my focus of the study is matlab, is majorly focused upon 4 parts in which AI can be applied. And I have these 4 parts are like AI, how AI can be applied for disease detection, how AI can
Yes.
be applied for early detection of disease, and
Yes.
early detection and diagnosis, how AI can be applied for disease forecasting, and how AI can be applied for disease surveillance. So in that part, we will we after
What is
conducting
the
that study.
understanding of surveillance?
Surveillance, ma'am, basically how we can
Prevent.
no, how we can the study of the data. Basically,
I think it's more about
Yes,
real-time monitoring of transmission of
Yeah.
diseases, maybe.
yes, ma'am.
Real-time monitoring of transmission of disease.
Real time, yeah, real time.
How you? It's a big project. It itself is a big project.
Ma'am, if we have a matlab, like suppose we have COVID-19 data sets. So working on that data sets,
Beta, let's just wind it up.
And Dr.
And
Namika,
the
this
thing
is what
is,
I'm saying. Na?
the
Let
thing
him
is, the
wind up.
topic, the topic is amazing, and I think a lot of work can be done on this. If you're going to move in the right direction, then I think it is going to be a great research. So just put up your best foot forward and work on it, dear. All the best.
And for early detection, you should use some optimization algorithms. Otherwise, it would be a simple deep learning for disease detection. Okay, thank you.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now I'd like to call upon paper ID 117, Impact of Hospital Information System, author Surya Nagvanshi. Ma'am, last minute. Then there are two papers that were added last minute. Ma'am, one more which is online.
That means we are left with 3 papers.
No, there's paper number 2, 3, 4, 6, and 9.
6 papers. So Dr. Namika? Is she
Yes,
on?
ma'am. Yes.
Ma'am, we are left with 6 papers presentation. So,
Right.
so accordingly we'll do, right, ma'am?
Yeah, got your point.
Okay.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Surya Nagvanshi. Actually, I was going to present in the 2:30 to 4 slot, but I had exams in my department, that is hospital administration, MIT Institute of Public Health and Hospital Administration. So I just go and present at that time. Okay. Ma'am, the topic for my present. Yes, ma'am.
What is the gap that you have found? What is the objective of this paper? And what is the gap and how you're gonna address that?
Ma'am,
Just focus on that.
Ma'am, actually, this paper is derived from my dissertation work in Hospital Administration MHA.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to assess the impact of hospital information system in that particular hospital for my work. And
What do you do, Surya?
Yes, ma'am.
What subject are you studying? Like you are
Hospital administration.
hospital administration. Okay, that's great. What is the understanding of this tertiary care teaching hospital?
Ma'am, tertiary care teaching hospital is tertiary care is the apex of hospitals. Like there.
That's true. But you mentioned teaching hospital.
Yes, ma'am. Because the hospital I collected the data from was a teaching hospital, Subhati Medical College in Meerut.
Okay.
So I collected data from there.
So basically, every hospital, they have the teaching department as well as every teaching department is associated with the hospital facility.
Not every hospital has teaching department. They have like it is a medical college hospital. That's why.
Okay. Okay. And which healthcare? Okay, go to move to the next slide.
Ma'am, this is a bit of introduction about hospital information system. I'll read it.
Okay, move.
Ma'am,
Is it a survey paper?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
But you have written impact. Is there some experiments that you have done, or it is just a study paper?
Just a survey.
Study paper. Then you tell me how many papers have you read?
Ma'am, I had read around 50 papers.
Okay.
For the actual work,
Uh-huh.
but I have included 5 papers in the literature review in the slide.
So what are the key significant points that you would like to mention after reading those 50 and then taking out those 5 papers which you think are greatly important to your work or related with your work?
Ma'am, basically, what I read was hospital implementation of hospital information system is beneficial to the hospital in the long run, and
That everyone knows because people are running this course, like, and there's a hospital administration management. There's nothing new to matlab anyone.
Ma'am, but actually there are many papers in which the result for result after implementation of HIS in a hospital are inconclusive, or there is no profit or increase in efficiency of the hospital. So there is that, and then there are things like doctors don't want to use HIS
they prefer the traditional methods of prescription and treatment, and the nurses are due to their due to them not wanting to
Upskill and learn. Yeah. So these are the challenges that we have
yes,
found.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh,
Which is the latest paper? Like you have read from which year to which year? Like last 10 years, last 5 years paper you have taken.
I'd actually read papers from nine, uh, 88 to 2022.
So don't you think you are studying way back? Because see, you have mentioned this 2011 paper, right?
Yes.
Don't you think after this year,
Yes.
a lot of people have worked on it? They have come up with some study that you have already, like you are into, people have already done that.
Yes, ma'am.
Then there has to be some novelty, na? What you are giving to the research community.
Yes.
Whenever we are writing a research paper or we are doing some research, basically it should give value to the research community.
Definitely. I'll add it.
What is the novelty in your work?
It actually gives an idea about the mindset of healthcare workers, what they have for HIS in a particular
Okay,
hospital.
okay, the perceptions
Yes,
and
ma'am. Yes.
okay.
The
Next slide.
the literature review is just to give the basic idea about the process of hospital administration implementation.
Okay, I think thank you from my side. Dr. Namika, if you have any question, you may ask.
Yes, not questions, just few suggestions for you so that you can enhance your research.
Yes, ma'am.
Point number one, I would say that please give it a second thought to the title that you're using because it's very confusing. It's not correct. Something is wrong with it. So just consult with your guide. He or she will be the best person to guide you on it. And point number two, which ma'am has also highlighted, the thing is that you're running 10 years like back when it comes to research. You're quoting papers at 2011, 12. There's no recent paper that you have added. Okay, so just go through it, research more, and then please go ahead with it and add some quantitative data, which I'm very sure will be available.
I have it in the next slide.
You have it in the slides.
Yes, ma'am.
But the research papers that you're quoting are very, very old, dear.
Ma'am, I added the research papers in the.
Okay, can I just see next 3-4 slides quickly without wasting others' time? Yeah. So what analysis you have done?
I had questionnaires and I'd asked the staff of the hospital questions regarding the HIS and their perception about it. And then I had taken the percentage. I couldn't do more statistical.
But this is just a percentage of it, na? That this many people have strongly agreed to your questions and disagreed.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, what you have done?
Ma'am, I
Have
still
you
have,
mapped it on Likert scale? Anything that you have done?
I still have to do work on it.
Okay, so this is basically just data collection. This is not analysis for your information. So just work on it, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of work needs to be done.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have paper ID 18, paper name, the disagreement dilemma in explainable AI. Authors are Nitanshi Bhardwaj and Gaurav Parashar. Ma'am, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Ma'am, you're not audible. Excuse me, ma'am, you're not audible.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You
Am
may
I
start the
audible now?
presentation. Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
Start the presentation.
My screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so good afternoon, respected panel and my fellow participants. I'm Nitanshi Bhadbaj. I'm currently pursuing my Bachelor's in Artificial Intelligence from SRM Institute, Chennai. I have done my research with Professor Gaurav Parashar from KIIT Institute, Ghaziabad. My research topic is the disagreement dilemma in explainable AI. Can bias reduction bridge the gap? So basically, AI is evident in all the sectors, and it is known that it is black box in nature, which is that we are not aware about the operations that it goes behind the model. Therefore, post-hoc techniques are used to understand the outcomes of the AI models, but different techniques may not provide the same results. This is called the disagreement problem. There has not been much research done related to this, but a few methodologies have been proposed, such as the post-hoc explainer agreement regularization. It introduces a loss term, which leads to a consensus among different explainers. However, a trade-off between consensus and precision is observed. So we propose our hypothesis, which is mitigating bias in the dataset leads to fairness in the model, hence leading to explanations that do not disagree. So our process follows the steps of firstly data collection, which is we are using data sets and then applying logistic regression models. Then we are using Lyman Sharp explanation techniques on these models. Further, the data sets are analyzed for presence of bias, which is removed, and then unbiased data set is analyzed and compared. So the two datasets we have used are advertising dataset and Compass dataset. Advertising dataset is basically for forecasting an individual's likelihood in clicking an advertisement, and Compass dataset is basically for assessing a criminal's likelihood of reoffending. These are the fairness test results. So we have used an open source holistic AI library to detect bias by evaluating the fairness of features on metrics such as accuracy, precision, Evans score, etc. So the table 1 shows that male feature in advertising dataset shows bias, and in Compass dataset, Hispanic feature shows bias in table 2. This is the analysis of advertisement dataset. It shows the feature rankings using Lyman Sharp techniques before and after removing the bias. It is evident that both the techniques give different results, and the discrepancy is also visible after removing the bias. Similarly, in Compass dataset, before and after removing bias, there is still the existence of discrepancies. So, hence, upon analyzing the results, we discover that disagreement problem persists even after eliminating the bias. Therefore, our hypothesis is found to be incorrect. So, concludingly, we highlight that the issue of discrepancies in the models affects trust, fairness, accuracy, definitely. And furthermore, the elimination of bias does not resolve the disagreement problem issue. And we also underscore the multifaceted nature of disparities, which shows that more factors are responsible, such as method selection, characteristics of data, etc. And this calls for a nuanced approach in striking a delicate balance between achieving consensus and upholding the accuracy of ML models. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitanshi, for your presentation. And the topic, actually, this is very good. And this is the need of an hour because if our input is not good, then there is no point in taking out the output. But my question is, what made you to select those data sets, Compass and the other one? Like, why these two data sets? Like, is there any study which says that it has got a lot of bias?
Basically, there is not a particular reason that I selected it. it is that advertising data set actually denotes like a daily life thing, and compass data set denotes a selected sector thing that maybe the government or some formal institution would like to access. So my data set choosing criteria was that it should be somewhat related to us and somewhat related to an actual social issue also.
Because there are 5 elements basically to the fairness of data set. So because the selection of data set itself is very important. However, I agree with your advertisement data set. Like it definitely it can have bias. So are you gonna conclude this that we cannot remove bias at all?
So basically, I concluded that that bias reduction doesn't affect the disagreement problem. So because I didn't have any more research papers related to specifically bias, so I wanted to know if it actually affects the discrepancies that we find in the techniques.
See,
So
that's
that's what I
true.
concluded.
See, that's true. But I think you should refer to white papers. And if you will refer to white papers, you will find there are various other methods to remove bias from the data set. Like you can add a lot of, you can go for data augmentation
Yeah,
and, right?
yeah. So like here I'll remove the bias in order to see if it still disagrees, and reduction of bias, yes, definitely we can use different techniques for it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you from my side. Dr. Namika? Dr. Namika, if you have any
No,
question
no
or
questions,
suggestion.
ma'am. No questions. Please
Okay.
move ahead. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Nan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our next presenter, paper ID 34, Automating Bug Triage. Author Neha Kumari. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes. Can you share your screen and please skip to your objectives and conclusions since we are running short on time.
Just give me 2 minutes. Is it visible? My screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Please skip to the objectives and your conclusion. Skip to the objectives.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Neha Kumari, and I'm a research scholar at Jamia Hamdard under the supervision of Dr. Javed Ahmed, Professor Parul Agrawal, and Dr. Kamlesh Kumar Raghuvanshi. As you all know that my paper is automating bug tracing, unleashing the power of machine learning and natural language processing. So here I basically use facing the challenges of manual bug tracing. I try to automate the system by using the integrations Word to Vec and XGBoost that basically categorizing and prioritizing the bug reports. So bug tracing involves the systematic classification, prioritization, and assignments of the report issues. So automated bug tracing resolves the workflow and enhancing the overall development life cycles. Out of my 32 papers, basically I have used this. Basically, I have summarized about 25 papers from from 2006 to 2020 with various ML techniques which calculate the performance such as accuracy, precision, average hit ratio, F score, recall. So um, major problem that I identified: complex interplay and subjectivity, time consuming, skill dependency, lack of standardizations. So My research aim is to basically automate the system and emphasize the need for scalable, accurate, and timely bug prioritizing. So I use machine learning and NLP technique that offering efficient and automated solutions that alleviate the burden of associated with the manual triaging process. So these are the descriptions of my all papers that I have summarized in a tabular form. These are the technical details that I have used: bug triage with word2vec embedding and XGBoost, where data bug report data set with the text and additional features. Results is XGBoost based bug triaging model. Pre-processing I have used that tokenizations, remove stop words, applying steaming to bug report text, embed bug report text using pre-trained word2vec embedding. Features extractions I have used that create features set by combining embedded word vectors with additional feature, and machine learning algorithm XGBoost I have used that, and the evaluations model using precision, recall, and F-score that adjust hyperparameters based on the evaluations results. And cross validations I have used K-folder cross validations for model generalizabilities. So this is evaluations metrics where word2vec and XGBoost calculate. I calculate this precisions, recall, and F-scores. That is, precision is basically 0.85 to 92. Comparatively high to the previous paper, and the recall is 0.82 to 0.90. Again, the
So,
comparatively
Neha,
high.
sorry to interrupt.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am.
which paper have you referred? Like, this is comparative analysis, that kind of a thing, right? So
No, ma'am. This is actually I have used in a Python the data sets and calculate all these things by the using
that's
of.
okay. This is, I'm saying that you have
Yes, yes,
calculated. But
yes,
when
yes.
you're mentioning that my F1 score or recall is better than, then
Mm-hmm.
better than what? Better than which research? Or which
Better
research
than
are
the.
you referring to?
Yes, these papers I have used
So,
that.
okay. So the 25
Yes.
papers that you have mentioned over here.
Yes, yes.
So their accuracy was not even close to more than 90%.
But I'll try, ma'am, because this is my first paper I'm presenting.
Okay,
And
yeah.
I'll try my best. So I'll improve my,
Because word2vec embedding, see, probably when you are doing this NLP part, so
Yes, yes.
in that, during that part, you can use more embedding, advanced embedding algorithms,
Yes,
so
yes,
to
ma'am.
get the better features. If you have better features, then you will have a better selection of methods, and you can remove the bug. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Neha. Thank you for your work.
Okay, so okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Is there any more questions, ma'am?
Dr. Namika, ma'am, is there? Okay, I think we can move forward.
Thank you
Moving
so much,
forward,
everyone.
I'd like to call paper ID 52, Future Research and Directions of Artificial Intelligence in Advertisement, author Hemant Raj.
Yeah, am I audible?
Are you present?
Yeah, I'm present.
Atharv, I have done beta.
So, respected panel members
Huh?
and participants, good evening to all. I'm
Namika's
Hemant Raj.
mic is on. You can ask it on it.
Hemant Raj,
Hello. Yeah,
you're inaudible.
am I audible?
Yes. A little louder, please.
Yeah, good evening. Am I audible?
Yes. Can you share your screen?
Okay, I'm sharing it. Just give me a few seconds.
I request you to please skip to the objectives and the conclusion since we're running short on time.
Use the word move to the objectives. Skip means like you skip the objectives.
Yeah, sure. My screen is audible, visible.
Yes.
So I am,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so I am
Hemant
Hemant Raj.
Raj, before you start your presentation, since I can read the title, it says Future Research and Direction of AI in Advertisements, right? So it looks like a more of a study paper, isn't it? Or a review paper?
Yeah, ma'am, actually it's a bibliometric analysis.
Okay, have you done some experiment and results? Have you found something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, move ahead. Okay, go to your objectives and the methodology you have adopted.
Okay, ma'am.
Press F5. Bring it to the slideshow.
Just a minute. Is it visible now, ma'am?
Yeah, it is. It is better
Yeah.
now.
Okay, ma'am. So, introduction part is artificial intelligence revolutionizes advertisement by enhancing targeting, precision, personalization, and engagement. And AI algorithms analyze vast data sets to predict like consumer behavior, optimize and campaigns, and deliver tailored content across platforms. So its role is in automating tasks such as ad creation and placement, significantly improves efficiency and rate of interest of for advertisers.
Can you
So
move to the
identify.
next slide?
Okay, ma'am. So I have used clustering and mapping. So clustering involves grouping similar data points together based on the certain characteristics and features. It helps in identifying patterns or category within a data set, which makes it very easier to understand the complex data in very simple form. And I have also done mapping, which refers to the process of representing spatially or visually, often on a graph or a map. It allows for a visualization or relationships, trends, or distributions within the data, providing insights that may not be immediately apparent from the raw data. So the objectives of the study is to find the current state of research on artificial intelligence in advertising and where it might go future from here. And the second is the author, journals, and articles, organizations, countries, I mean, nations have made the biggest contributions to the field of AI in advertisement. And the third one is the most frequently cited papers and potentially thematically clustering in the area of artificial intelligence in advertisement research. For that, I have done bibliometric coupling, citation analysis, quote citation analysis, co-occurrence, and semantic clustering. So I have chosen the papers from Scopus, and from that I have got 903 papers. Just a minute. Yeah. I have done this research on 2023 24 December. Database used is Scopus, and I have used the terms artificial intelligence and advertisement or artificial intelligence and intelligence. So I have selected, chosen the year from 2010 to 2023, 13 years uh, for the filtration and remove 52, excluded 52 papers and included 851 papers by applying another filter like subject area, social science, business management and accounting, arts and humanities, economics, econometrics, and finance. I have excluded 622 data
Hemant,
other
is
than
it Hemant?
and included 229. So I have the document type I have selected article and review and excluded 73 papers and
Okay,
included
Hemant,
156. Yes, ma'am.
Hemant, this we can see that your filtration. Can you move to your work?
Yeah, ma'am. I have done
Okay, this is
use like
the cluster
cite.
analysis and
uh,
co-citation. This is the kind of methodology you adopted for the
yes,
filtration
ma'am.
of
These
the
are
research article.
the tools: citation analysis, co-citation, bibliometric graphic coupling,
Mhm.
co-word analysis, and co-authorship analysis. I have used.
Hemant, it's a good work. Like, I would
Yes,
like to
ma'am.
appreciate the kind of detailed methodology you are showing, and you have done a good work. So,
Yes,
tools
ma'am.
and techniques is okay. Can we move again forward?
Um, So this is my
So, what is
analysis.
your
So,
what is your finding altogether? Come to your findings.
ma'am, I am though I am in between my analysis and not finished it yet completely. So I would like to conclude it later when I complete my papers. These are the table which I got.
Okay,
Uh,
okay, Hemant,
the,
thank you. We can see the results. Thank you. I have the paper with me. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Now
thank you,
I
ma'am.
would like to call paper ID 90, Workwise, analyzing candidates for job placement and transitioning using machine learning. Author Nidhi Mishra. Are you there?
It's Vanshveer also. Nidhi Mishra is the name of the faculty.
Sorry.
Ma'am, it's Vanshveer. I will be presenting.
Oh, okay. Please move to the objectives and the conclusion.
So good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Project title is Workwise Analyzing Candidates for Job Placement and Transitioning. So
Yash, my first question, Vansh, my first question is why the spelling is work, WERK.
ma'am, that was just a kind of a wordplay. The main topic is actually following that we wanted to name our product since we are kind of building a product. That's what we
It's
wanted
the
to.
name of your product.
Yes, that we are willing to build. That we are in the process of building.
Okay, because it is, I thought it's a spelling mistake.
No, ma'am, that is intentional.
That it was running dash. Okay, move. But move to your objectives and your findings and conclusion. We are running absolutely short of time.
So, our main objective is to build something that helps improving the quality of candidates that are actually making to the later rounds of a recruitment process. And today's day,
That's a great pinpointing, and it's actually the need of an hour again. So how you have achieved it?
So, ma'am, there are since thousands of resumes. Obviously, the companies also are not able to go through everything. What they use ATS software, application tracking systems. No, but they are really one-dimensional. They are usually based on just they take your resume, they match the keywords, and if it's present, they are passed, and otherwise it's not. So it is very easy to bypass, even if you are not that highly qualified or you don't might not even possess those skills. But if you
Right.
are aware just of the keyword matching thing, you can just easily make it to those.
So are you using NLP?
Yes, ma'am. We are using NLP.
Move to that part.
Yes, ma'am. I have only majorly placed out the results for that only. So we are basically not only extracting information. We are kind of giving the an overall score to the recruiter that can they can.
How you are giving the score to the recruiter?
Yes, ma'am. So we are using multiple components. Obviously, the resume cannot be ignored since it is a major part of anything of a recruitment process. But what we are trying to build is, as we went through a lot of papers and we saw that the HRs needed a need that the resume is not enough. You should also include other factors like you cannot gauge a person's personality through their resume. So what we did was
Is it
what we
about
did.
personality traction or is it the technology you are giving to the recruiter?
Ma'am, a personality is a part of the component that is, or what that is one of the measures that we are providing one of the overall scores on.
Let's say somebody has written data science, let's say, right?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
if a recruiter, LinkedIn, like I've seen with LinkedIn will just match the keyword. But and let's say there is a job requirement for data analytics, or there is a job requirement for, let's say, deep learning. But the person has not written deep learning in the resume. But data science includes that, or the person has written AI, artificial intelligence. It includes all the other technologies. Like if I'm saying I'm an expert in AI, that
Sure,
means
ma'am.
I'm expert in deep learning also.
Sure, ma'am.
So, but it is not mentioned the resume. So how the LinkedIn picks up, it will just pick up the AI word, and if there's a requirement for deep learning, so it will skip that, and your resume will be discarded. So
Yes, ma'am.
are you covering that part?
Yes, ma'am. It kind of does look into that also. Similarly, like you can say, uh, the recruiter should. We want the recruiter to provide a job description at least. Like you cannot just provide a title because even the same titles have different requirements for different companies. So what we have done is we have taken a resume data set that was about 2,000 resumes that included resumes from many different fields. Data science.
Okay, Vansh, I think I am seeing your accuracy and results.
Yes,
So thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. I would like to call paper ID 164, Machine Learning Based Approach for Software Defect Prediction Using Hyperparameter. Author Digvijay Nayan Sharma.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Please move to your objectives and the conclusion.
Yeah. Hope it is visible as well.
Yes.
So good evening, everybody. I'm putting it into presentation mode. Hope it is visible. Switching on the video. Thanks. So I'm
Digvijay, I can see the title Machine Learning Based Approach for Software Prediction, right? So can you tell me how many papers have you read to know firstly? Because
Yeah.
it's a very old work, it's nothing new. And what
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of data set have you taken?
Yeah, so more than 100 papers I have gone through, and of course, it was as oldest as 98 paper, 97 paper, and then the recent paper as well.
I know like a lot of work has been done on NASCOM data set.
So a lot of work has been done, but then there are certain gaps which we could identify.
Yeah,
and
you
some of
come
the
to the
gaps-
gap. I'm interested in that.
Yeah, so some of the gaps are like the data set which is available for software defect prediction is mostly tabular data set. And there we found that XGBoost, AdaBoost, all those algorithms of machine learning, which
They have
is
been used.
classification based, has not been used.
XGBoost has been used. I don't think so. I think you have missed the paper then.
I have gone through till 2023 data, and then
Okay.
hyperparameter also is is a issue, and in most of the papers it has not been mentioned. For
What is your understanding about hyperparameter?
hyperparameters are a list of tuning parameters which you can pass into your application and then try to see which are the parameters are best suiting for the test data set, and then on training data
What
set.
are the hyperparameters that you have found?
Yeah, so I have taken some of the hyperparameters of XGBoost, which we try to tune, and one of them is learning rate, for example. So as you
Okay.
can see
LR
here,
is one of the hyperparameters. Okay.
so here, for example, I have taken example of XGBoost, though I have tried many other classification algorithms. So learning rate is one of them. Then deep max depth estimators and all those we
So
have
why
passed.
XGBoost? Like we are in the era of artificial intelligence and we have a lot of deep learning algorithms. So these CNN models, they all have added, see, optimizer. You can, since you are just using hyperparameters and you are into the process of finding the best hyperparameter. So we have optimizer, learning rate, and like even you can change the epochs, the number of epochs, the number of times you
Yeah.
want to run the model. So why you are going with this XGBoost? So you should have gone for deep learning and to get better.
So what I would say is deep learning, when we talk of, it looks for a big size of data set, whereas in our case, the sizes are small.
And
So deep
NASCOM has
learning-
got big data set, and I think there are big data set for available online for software defect detection. See, my scholar has already done a lot of work on it, so I know in detail.
Okay, so in promise data set, what we found was PC1, JM1, KC1, KC2, and CM1.
Yeah, it is
Data
already
sets are
there.
small,
Yeah.
yeah. So, and it is tabular in nature. So tabular in nature means XGBoost would be the best algorithm, classification algorithm particularly, for prediction of the defects, for example. So that is why XGBoost was most preferred classification model or classifier which was used. And here what we did was like grid search CV and random search CV. Since data set is small, so grid search CV will work. Random search CV is for bigger data set where it is faster compared to grid data set. But grid data set CV helps us in finding out with the complete data set, going through complete data set and then coming out with the best performing hyperparameters.
Have you tried any nature inspired algorithms?
Pardon?
Have you tried any optimization technique or nature-inspired algorithm for feature selection?
Yeah, feature selections are, for example, PCA is one of them. So PCA is then
Again, PCA is very old. Like you can,
K-fold,
you
K-fold.
can have ensemble of techniques to get. Since you seem to be a PhD scholar. You are a PhD scholar.
So as ensemble techniques as well as S-mode based, AdaSync based, and then ROS based for balancing of the data set, that has also been done.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
their accuracies are very high compared to what we tried to do here was taking the data set as it is, which is unbalanced, and then try to see which are the models which are performing best. And since these data sets are leveled, so we did not go for unsupervised learning, we went for supervised learning. And since the size is small, so machine learning, XGBoost based, and random forest and AdaBoost we tried to do apart from other NN models as well. So
Okay.
as you can see, these are the feature importance which has been taken, and then comparisons also we have done. So one of the recent papers by Murad Senator, who had done study on ECA based unbalanced data set, and what we are recommending here is unbalanced data set on hyperparameter with different models, for example. So as you can see, results of accuracy has improved compared to what
It is
Murad had.
improved by how much percentage? Based on the screen is not visible to me.
Not visible.
So, okay, tell me the percentage. How it is increased by how much percentage?
In definitely it is not very high compared to accuracy. If we compare accuracy, for example, 2 to 3% improvement is there.
Okay.
My screen is not visible.
Yeah, it's visible. Okay, thank you, Digvijay. Do you want to add something to your work?
Yeah, so what
So this is the reason actually I was suggesting to move to the deep learning models. Reason being the accuracy is just increased by 2 to 3%.
Yeah.
So not a much significant result.
Yeah, true. Why? Because it is unbalanced data set,
So
and
other
their
person has also
effects
taken
are,
the unbalanced data set with whom you are comparing. Either you
yeah,
don't
we had
compare.
also done same thing. Yeah.
See,
But then if you look into precision, recall, and accuracy, you would find that our model has performed better compared to what has been published in the year 2021.
Okay.
So here, for example, for precision, our scores are very good.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have paper name Exploring the Success and Failure of Initial Public Offering Through Economic and Financial Variables. Author, Miss Lisa. Online.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes. Just a second while we get us. Yeah. Hello, good afternoon. I'm so happy to be here. I'm Lisa George, and I have here with me Edwin, who is my co-author, and we'll be presenting on behalf of our co-author and our research mentor, Dr. Nitin Kulshresht. And the paper that we're presenting here today is Exploring the Success and Failure of IPO Through Economic and Financial Variables, a Random Forest Approach. I'll just move on to the objectives. Edwin, if you could please go to that screen.
Lisa, since we are running short of time, would you just move to your objectives and the
Yeah, yeah.
methodology and the work results?
Yeah, we are just moving to the screen. Just one.
The screen is not moving, so you can read out or you can tell me.
Okay, I'll
You
do
can
that.
summarize your work, right?
Yes, sure. So our main objective is first to identify the key factors that actually impact an IPO. So we wanted to identify if there are actually a list of factors that can determine if an IPO can be successful or it cannot be successful. Then our second objective was, once we identified these factors, we wanted to rank it or give it an hierarchy as to this is the most successful, or this is the most, this is more significant, or this is not that significant. We wanted to give it a hierarchy, give it a ranking, and with that we wanted to provide recommendations and insights as to, for any a company that wants to launch an IPO, that probably they'll have to focus on these factors. So this was our main objective. Edwin, if you can go towards the methodology and the
Um, yeah, so is the screen visible right now?
Yeah, it's visible. Please move
Yeah,
to
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
methodology.
So as Lisa said, our objective is to identify the key factors and to see how they rank against each other. So to do that, we have employed random forest algorithm to basically run a feature importance and to see how these rank against each other. So I'll quickly show you the data which we have used for the model. So we basically have taken 30 instances of IPO, 15 they were successful and 15 were unsuccessful. Now, how do we determine whether it's successful or unsuccessful? It's basically based on the subscription level. If an IPO was undersubscribed and the IPO got cancelled, it is an unsuccessful IPO, else it was successful. So this is the data set where we have 8 independent variables and 1 dependent, which is the success or the failure. So this is the basic representation of the random forest, and this is our result actually. So if you see here, 50% of the contribution to the prediction is made by issue size and price. And first 4 variables, which is including volatility and past 6 months of Nifty trend, altogether come up to around 50 to 60% towards the predicting whether it's a successful IPO or a failed one. So Lisa will tell you the findings of the model.
yeah, Edwin, the screen is not visible. Okay, so
Yeah.
after our research, what we were able to find and what we were able to conclude is that out of all the factors that we have taken, the issue size and the issue price were came out to be the most significant determinants of the success or failure of an IPO. And closely behind, we also had the past 6 months trend of the Nifty performance and the volatility of the market, which were also quite significant in trying to predict the success or failure of an IPO, because they were able to have a significant impact on its success and failure. So this was the main findings that we had. Thank you.
Over again. Thank you, Lisa and George. The work is quite good and appreciable. Since we couldn't go in details, but I am looking forward to your full paper. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you to all the presenters for their contributions. I'd like to express my gratitude towards our chairperson, Professor Archana Singh and Dr. Anamika Singh. I'd like to call Dr. Aditya Kumar Gupta to facilitate our chair.
So now we are closing the session.